There is, it seems, no mechanism in the mind that ensures truth. We have no direct access to historical truth. We have no direct access, no way which the events of the world can be directly transmitted or recorded in our brains. They are experienced and constructed in a highly subjective way. And only our only truth is a narrative truth. The stories which we tell each other and ourselves, the stories we continue to recategorize and refine. See, another way to cut through form. Yo, what's good? What's good, brother? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see your your presence. And establish the world around you that you see as a dream, and to look at the experience of yesterday from the perspective of today. When you were living it, yesterday felt so solid and real. But from the perspective of today, it seems like a dream. Now look at today from the perspective of tomorrow. Doesn't today appear more dreamlike from tomorrow's perspective? Or look at last week from the perspective of today, or last year. So right now, are you dreaming? How solid will today look from the view of next week or of next year? Welcome friends. What's poppin'? What is poppin'? Hope you guys have been well. I hope you guys are just doing human stuff, rocking this human experience, and all of its imperfections, all in its 3D-ness. Facts. That's cool, man. That's cool. I appreciate you chiming in, brother. Honestly, appreciate the good energy. I feel like the realm or the experience of a consumer of streams, or what is it? A viewer is like, it's a very, it's intangible. It's like, it's, well, gonna get very poetic, I guess, but it's like formless. It's like a person is a person that desires to sort of float through streams. It's like you yourself, you, the perceiver, the viewer, are just like floating through this intuitive waters of whatever's calling you, whatever's attracting you. It doesn't necessarily have any right or wrong way, right? If you're drawn here for a moment, then there you go. If you're here and then you're there and then wherever you go, it's like, that's your path. uh, we have to just follow the path wherever it goes. Watch the recent video, very, very relaxing. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. That was an experimental thing that I sort of like was inspired from the last couple things. Yo, what's good? Welcome. What's good? OTP, Holistic Services. My brain's still processing. But yeah, brother, welcome, friends. Legitimately, that was like, as I usually do these like videos, that are meditative journeys, right? That I release on my YouTube, long format. They're almost always one-shot takes. That's the way I create things. Is like, I prime my sort of my improv pathways, usually just for playing guitar for a few hours or streaming or whatever. And then I'll just go off and I'll do these one-shot recordings where it's just like pan flute one shot, guitar one shot, vocals one shot. Everything just flows through in an immediate sense. It's very rare that I edit or, I'll maybe refine little parts where I weave together pieces, I fade it in and out, but it's all raw. But I have another, you can kind of see briefly, I have another song that I've created. This one's actually even more potent. I actually did this one on a live stream. If you're here the other day, I did like a meditative live stream and I was looping, and I actually captured that one, and then I'm going to release that probably tomorrow. So it's been fun. Experimenting with vocals, things like pan flutes streaming into vocals, just, really seeing the possibilities of just creating very gentle, meditative kind of journeys. Which always rocks, yeah. Flower of Life on your guitar. Yeah, you notice that. Yeah, it's a for some reason always on my guitars, my acoustic guitars that is I've owned. I always place a sticker right here, right here, and yeah, the first one I had, the other guitar, I actually had a Shambhala sticker because this was around the time when I was going to Shambhala, the music festival, and I was finding myself, learn to sing and activate my voice. And I remember this pivotal moment when I found the Shambhala sticker and I popped it right there on my other guitar. And yeah, I remember breaking out, what was it? 30 Seconds to Mars, The Kill. That's a song I was like obsessed with around that time. And I was basically singing it everywhere. And I remember I met some new friends that were like my tent neighbors. There's these two chicks that were like really dope. And I remember just like, for whatever reason, I didn't know them. I didn't really interact with them at first. But then I just started singing The Kill. Like I just started just belting out 30 Seconds to Mars songs, and they me are like, oh shit. They're like immediately drawn in because they're just like, that's a beautiful song. And I didn't even know how to sing at that point. Like I was literally just like kind of just trying to stay in pitch, and they just really appreciated what was going on. And then they just immediately we became friends, and then we spent lots of the festival together. And that was like a magic moment where I was like, damn. I was like, wow. Voice surely transcends barriers. Like it really is like an invitation, when you're being vulnerable, singing and etc. Especially in the real world. Is a photograph of a video somewhere It's not actually, no. That was just a random photographer photo. A random photo that I found just on Google, yeah. I had to make sure that it was not AI, so that's all I know. It's a real photo from a place. It's like a specific, yeah, it's just a photography. Maybe my discernment is not quite. I don't know if it is. It's like created. It's animated clearly, but yeah, it definitely very much. I like the way it's like the forest, kind of like the ancient scene of it. It really captured, I think, the energy what I was going for. Yeah, yeah. I feel in the future what I'm going to do for my meditative long format videos is I'm probably going to outsource my visual, like say to a photographer or to some sort of like creator that's non AI, and create like beautiful forest scenes or whatever for the visual component. Just find a friend or something. I have a few friends that are really good animators and creators. The looping was awesome. We'll be doing one on the live stream soon. Probably right now, bro. I think I'm constantly inspired to do looping as of late. Since seeing the next song that I'm releasing, I saw East Forest live, and the song that I'm releasing tomorrow is called North Forest Highlands. North Forest Highlands. Also, sort of vaguely, as most of my stuff I do is inspired from Lord of the Rings, so it's North Forest Highlands. And it actually has like a visual of Hobbiton, because that's kind of the energy let's go for. Nice. C minor, D minor to G to A again. Right. A, C minor to D minor to G to A again. Right. C minor. C minor, hey? C minor. Okay, to D minor. That's pretty chill. Huh. And then to A, hey? Nice. C minor is a great one. That's not the right scale. That A, I don't know. That A seems like that seems like the A wouldn't be the place to end it on. At least that's not where I would end it. But it's an interesting choice. I don't know, that A chord. Look, it's Boy George. I don't even know who Boy George is, to be perfectly honest, Crazy. I mean, I typically get Axl Rose, Heath Ledger, Bon Jovi, but sure, let's pretend I look like whoever that is, bro. Let's pretend. Bro, unattached melody, please. I'm not sure what that is, dog. I have no idea how to perform whatever that song is. Yeah. Not a cover artist still. Still not a cover artist. Not intending to become a cover artist anytime soon. Originals and improv, that's the way. Flower of Life, yes, yes. Hobbiton Reggae. Also, no clue. Must admit, yeah, no clue. Still don't know how to perform random songs I've never heard before. Let's see. I think part of the fun of just recently what I've been exploring with naturally, which makes sense, I do these improv things over sounds of nature, of birds, of rivers, of oceans, right? And that's a whole nother cool exploration where, it's almost like that's a whole nother creative component that I honestly don't really usually think about a whole lot. Like I'll just throw over some random bird sounds or some random ocean sound. But even as I, was releasing these last couple or working on these last couple tracks, I took a lot of time, a lot of care to kind of explore all the different bird sounds, like really listen into what kind of bird sounds there are. And wow, a lot of cool bird sounds, like I must say. Beautiful bird sounds. Yeah, nice. It's not a song. You mentioned hobbits, and that was my way of asking if you know any reggae. Interesting. Hobbitron reggae. Nice. Interesting. I see. Well, you kind of dropped the ball in articulating that, but thank you for, yeah. Hobbiton reggae. I honestly, reggae. How is reggae? Honestly, bro, reggae is not my genre at all. I'm sure I could come up with something that's reggae-ish. Reggae. Nope. I don't know. Is that reggae? Is that that sounds kind of like reggae? I kind of can hear that kind of island energy flow through, and then some. I could see some reggae flowing through. I could see some reggae flowing through that. I don't know. I've never played reggae in my life. In truth, I've improvised over top of reggae, like artists, friends that are like really into like reggae, kind of like island vibe energy, and that's usually where I just improvise pan flute on top because pan flute's like a beautiful universal connector. I'm sure I could easily, I'm sure I could easily find some. I mean, honestly, all would be missing is some kind of beautiful like reggae vocal, just saying some beautiful stuff about love and I don't know, love for maybe the feminine energy or something. Whatever he's singing about, whatever he's feeling. I don't know. Reggae is not my genre, but that's what I love, bro. That's what I enjoy so deeply. Even if people are like requesting like country or reggae or jazz stuff that I don't really know, but I know how to create because I understand, energy of chords, like chord structures, and it's almost like that's the beautiful thing is when you know how to improvise, right? You really know how to improvise. Like you're like, word, okay, I can kind of create something happy, sad, ominous, melancholic, and you don't even think about it. It's like you can achieve such interesting sounds. The simplest point, all I'm saying is you can basically if you can key switch, key shift to different keys successfully and improvise, to a decent degree, you can create literally any genre you could ever imagine. It's also just the magic of improv. Like, I really love improvisation. I remember Who You Like a Little, Daniel Weber. You look like Who I Look Like. Interesting. Daniel Weber. Sweet. Who's Daniel Weber? Let's see. Let's see. Daniel Weber. Oh, word. Damn, that's high praise. He's like some actor, American actor. Oh yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Yeah. Oh, word, dude. Isn't that the guy that played? That's the guy that played. What's his name? The guy from Motley Crue, the Motley Crue movie. I think that's the same. Yeah, that guy's an awesome actor. That guy's a phenomenal actor. Well, that's high praise. Yeah, I could see the. He's got like bluer eyes than me, but I got like my eyes are like green blue. Yeah, what a dude, Daniel Weber. Wow, I gotta check out more Daniel Weber. Honestly, I loved him in The Dirt. He killed it. He's an excellent actor. I forget his name. Is Vince, I think, the guy from the lead singer of the Motley Crue. But whoa, rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Oh, of course. Yeah, I guess Chuck isn't. I thought Chuck Norris was alive. I don't know. I swore Chuck Norris was alive, but I guess I also didn't realize Osho was, passed for the longest time. But let's do something. Let's do something with these legendary Ableton loop stations right in front of me. We have Ableton right in. It's so beautiful. It's just shining. It's just glowing right in front of me. It's Ableton. It's so dope. Let's see what happens. Feels like a strong start. Feels like a strong start. Doing some minor key. Okay. Now it rings out. What's good? Alright, so I gotta like lean into that minor key there. And I gotta hit record, of course. Okay. Already onto something, I think. It's very soft, very soft. Lower the sort of blue. Throw in another channel, of course. Throw in a separate channel. What is good? What is good? My focus is going all here. Nice. Nice. Thank you, Drunk Donkey. You're the guy. You're the guy. We've acquired the guy. First homie, that's dropping some unhinged bullocks and has lost his chat rights. Thank you, Drunk Donkey. You were the man. You're the guy. Not the man, the guy. Well, take that as whatever way you want. Take that whatever way you want. Oh, so unintentional key shift that flowed through. That works. Remember, friends, don't be afraid to key shift. If you're an advanced musician, just don't be afraid. Don't just do it. Doesn't matter. If it's a mistake, you can make it work, right? Just don't do it twice in a row. It's probably not going to work. Oh, that ending, that was not the right shift. Back to the comments. Thank you, Koala. Thank you, brother. You torrent tell the truth. Torrent what? what does torrenting even mean? Like, let's be real here. What do you even mean by that? Like, I'm dead ass serious. What does it mean to torrent? Like, are you saying I'm downloading the riffs that I'm playing live in front of you? I'm literally playing a riff live in front of you, real time, hooked up to Ableton, and are you insinuating that this is not live, genuine performance? That's honestly, in the world of AI, world of fraudsters all day long, the world of people, you know, just doing the minimal brain rot effort. That's I'm ashamed. I'm disappointed in you, Agent Low Tech. I'm disappointed in your ability to discern, actual real world shit. It's not your fault, brother. It's not your fault. You definitely have not exposed yourself to real artists, and that's a pity. I'm playing the world's smallest violin for you. Also, welcome to the live stream. No Ableton app. I'm so confused. All right, that's two so far, brother. Drop another completely irrelevant, what's the word? Filler. You drop some filler comments to like waste the comment section, and I'm just gonna have to throw you 10 minutes, brother. 10 minutes of a timeout, because clearly this is a kindergarten class and people don't know how to, communicate properly. Honestly, that's a new one. You know what? Thank you, Noel. Thank you, brother. That's a beautiful compliment. That's high praise. To make up your random assumptions. It's the first time people have ever even remotely attached thinking that this is in fact pre-recorded, where it's obviously live. Don't go to my YouTube channel where I literally have hours and hours of pure live performance, all literally done live, and all my original music. Don't do that, brother. I don't want you to break that illusion. I don't want you to break that illusion you're holding on to, brother. Your ego might explode, brother. You might realize that some people actually do grind out and work hard to become good at music, and that might shatter your whole perception of reality. No, I know you're not playing. I know you're not serious. It's a new one though, honestly. I'll be honest, in the 6 months or whatever I've been streaming, I literally haven't had one person be like, "Oh, it's fake." So maybe that means I'm making it. Maybe that means I'm in it. I've made it. I'm successful now, because I've had people assume that it's pre-recorded or something. I don't know. Again, I blame AI. I blame people that don't know how to actually see the difference between real music and whatever blocks, fraud, AI nonsense that's out there. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I haven't explored that, but you guys might know better than I would. I don't know. But welcome to this channel anyways. I've been really feeling the pan flute though lately. That's crazy though. I've never tried this actual like loop in. Oh dude, did Chuck Norris actually pass? Oh no. I guess I'm gonna look that up. I don't think two people would make up for that. Damn. I thought he passed a long time ago, weirdly enough, but then I thought that was all just fake news. Latest news. Chuck Norris, 19 minutes ago. The action star leaves behind 5 children. Aw. Damn. No wonder I've been seeing some stuff shared about him and Bruce Lee. Okay, of course. That sucks. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Chuck. Again, I was not saying no torrenting. I was asking, if you torrented. I don't know, yeah, I was not familiar with that terminology. So you're asking if I've torrented the application known as Ableton. Oh, if it's torrented. So yeah, I think so. I think so, man. Yes. Yes, Agent Locke. My friend a long time ago, like a long time ago, he just went through that process, showed me to do that. Yeah. What's out of curiosity, is there like, can you notice a distinct difference? Is there like a difference that you're kind of catching on, or like a unupdated part of it that you're seeing that makes it clear it's a torrent? I don't know. Yeah. Thank you though. Thank you, thank you. No, it's fair. I've never had to. I've never had to, Mia Blaze. I've never had to like almost like try to uh, educate or even think about, that there's people that would try to, use pre-recorded whatever. But that's why I'm kind of just like open to be like, okay, like let's hear these guys out. But I know they're just playing. They're just playing. It's definitely a compliment though. I'll take it as a true compliment if there's anybody that's like convinced that this is not real. Marcin, I think he does mime stuff on his videos. That's been proven, but a dude like Marcin, people think the same thing sometimes, and it's just a beautiful compliment. But yeah, rest in peace, man. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. That's sad. With that, rest in peace, Heath Ledger. I don't know why. For some reason, yesterday I was thinking a lot about Heath Ledger, watching some of his videos, and I actually, for the fun of it, to honor him for some reason, also because everyone says I look like Heath Ledger. I've been working on a Heath Ledger accent. I don't know why. I'm not sure if I'm any good at it, but I was just doing this. I mean, he has a pretty easy accent. It's just a gentle, subtle Australian accent, which is just like, yeah, how's it going? I'm Heath Ledger. No, that kind of botched it, but I don't know how to say Heath's name, honestly, in his accent, but I think it's fun to work on Heath Ledger's accent because I love Heath, and yeah, he's got a great dynamic. Play this first chord. Okay, we'll think about that. Yeah. Team cold or team hot? I mean, probably team cold, bro. I would say I have to go team cold, whatever that is, bro. I'm very much like cold. I'm loving the cold. I've done lots of cold exposure. I really love and honor the cold, elements of cold. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I was on like some sort of like roll last night where I was constantly just like doing Heath Ledger impressions, and I was like, just for the sake of for fun, and it was like I was like getting in a flow. I was like, damn, this is actually pretty interesting. This is a great accent to like. It's almost weirdly enough, I really like the Australian accent as a whole, and Heath is like it's like almost like a gentle mix between like Australian, almost like British, but it's also very like American. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Word. No, I'm just a computer nerd who's also a musician. I was curious to ask people. Ah, okay. Ah. So they actually paid for it or they're torrented. I see. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if I was like, as a young musician, when I was younger, if I could have afforded Ableton, I remember the reason I didn't get Ableton way sooner was because I thought I just needed to purchase it. I wanted to buy it. I couldn't justify, throwing all the money into Ableton. But then my friend, who was using it for years, who was a music producer, he just did it for me. Like we were hanging out, and he just downloaded it, and he convinced me that he's like, you know what? There's worse things in the world than torrenting Ableton. Yeah, lately, I honestly, without context, I just thought you meant torrents. Like, I don't know. I thought that was maybe a thing where people go on uTorrent or go on like pirate sites and just download sounds, and I don't know, maybe use those to do weird backtracks. I don't know. Anyway, we'll go back. Let's return to this regular regular programming. Let's return to what we were doing, which is philosophical nature. Welcome, welcome, friends. Alasia, if we're talking about the outside temperature, I'm on team cold. I mean, if we're talking about the outside temperature, how we want to live our lives, you know, I mean, I'm pretty down for beaches. I'm pretty down. I'm kind of, I just like wearing less clothes. Like, I like to be, just like rocking like shorts and a beach, just chilling. Like, that feels like a very primal, natural state. That's kind of what feels good to me. But I like cold. I love the cold. Strangely enough, like, I've developed a relationship with the cold where I really do not avoid the cold. Cold feels like a warm hug, so to speak. It's like a warm dose of dopamine. I do like cold exposure all the time. So for me, I associate cold with basically cold exposure. Basically, I could go into the cold and play guitar when it's like freezing cold, and I'll associate that actually with a good thing. It's weird. And again, I also do lots of cold showers, lots of cold plunges. So my nervous system's very adjusted. But yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest, Vancouver, like British Columbia, is a very cold kind of climate, lots of rain. So I've just come to really enjoy it. Wow. Wow. Hmm. Wow. So when we see the world through clear eyes, through the open vision of the clear light mind, we see things as they truly are. As a world of illusionary form. Why is it so hard to see things this way? Where do the cataracts of confusion come from? Like a distorting lens that refracts the light of the clear light mind. The literal mind-bending power of the unconscious and the embodied in the substrate mind is the cause of our distorted vision. To remove these cataracts, we simply need to understand them. So while the psyche is consciously perceiving things and grasping these things after them, at the level of the mind the unconscious generates, the sense that there is something to grasp is the substrate mind, or the relative mind. And there is an out there, we perceive it wrongly. If one isn't careful to say, there is nothing out there, easily slips into nihilism or solipsism. The substrate is the unconscious level that actively reifies the world. It works over time to subliminally generate duality, our entire experience of the conventional world. The substrate is the level of primordial ignorance from which grasping and aversion arise. In other words, grasping and aversion are active and effective expressions of ignorance. So if you think there is something out there to begin with, the tendency to grasp it or push it away arises. Substrate is like a prism of ignorance or obscuration that takes the radiance of clear light mind and subverts it into a highly filtered and colored projection. Left alone, the shine of the clear light mind manifests as pure appearance. Appearances at this level of realization are unsustained by any level of reification. He's just going off. Yeah. This is Dreams of Light, the profound daytime practice of lucid dreaming. Andrew Holisek. I've referred to this book a lot. It's basically, it's the daytime practice of lucid dreaming. So it's learning to philosophically understand lucid dreaming and see through the illusions of the waking world so you can integrate that in the sleeping world. Very good book. Honestly, even if you're not even desiring to lucid dream, very beautiful book. Talks of so much. Has he played a song yet? Has who played what? I prefer cold. I dislike the summer. Interesting. You know, what I've noticed is actually when you regularly expose yourself to cold temperatures, like you do cold exposure, and say you also do sauna, you actually notice that your body becomes better at regulating temperature as a whole. That's a weird thing I've noticed, is like, if you do tons of cold exposure, you can deal with warm temperature more effectively. That's just the thing I've noticed. It's a great thing though. I feel like the ability to regulate your body's temperature, priceless. Among various things that cold exposure offers, I mean, each to his own, but I feel like, yeah, I love it. I love having the ability to, like, if I want to sit in a sauna for like 20 minutes or something, it changes depending on your psychological state, but I love that, like being able to do cold and then hot and then cold, and your whole nervous system just gets a better grasp on sort of how to handle things. Nice. Younger, yeah. The real shit is expensive for an average musician. Yeah, it's again, that's like I don't remember thinking about it a lot, but there's a lot of that's the thing is there's a lot of very real barriers to purchasing Ableton. Like a lot of people, before you even think of okay, I'm gonna invest in Ableton, Ableton's difficult to learn. It takes time to figure out the ins and outs. And not even talking about if you're trying to like produce electronic music or like full on like yeah, just full on arrangements of music. It takes so much time to get good at Ableton. So personally for me, it was a mixture of just not justifying, oh, I don't want to throw all the money into Ableton because I can't afford it. But even if I could afford it, how could I justify investing in learning Ableton? And fortunately, my friend, my good friend, who was a neurohop producer and like electronic producer at the time, he did both. He like downloaded this app. He like took like an hour or two of his time, and we just hung out. And he downloaded Ableton through the torrent site. Went through all the procedures because he's really good with computers, and he also showed me how to use Ableton. He explained all the stuff that went way over my head, but some of it made sense. Ableton's amazing though. Ableton's a very great product. Or, yeah, DAW. The chord I gave you is one of my favorites, and will work you in the key you're in the moment. Word, okay. I'm probably familiar. Let's see. I'm gonna go back, brother. So you mentioned a chord. Play the chord in the first fret, low E. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Third fret on the D, open G. First fret, B, open E. Okay, 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 okay. First fret on the low E. Yeah, open A. Third fret on the D. Yeah. Okay. Interesting already. First fret on B. Oh, yeah, so we're barring it. And then open. Damn. I think, how do I achieve this? I gotta sort of, yeah. Oh. The open E, that's an interesting choice. Let's see how we can do this. This is some guitar acrobatics right here. I think I got the gist of what you're saying. That chord alone, even just barring this, like, that's a nice chord itself. I don't know what exactly that is, but I think there must be honestly, bro, there must be a way to transpose that chord you just shared. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I'm trying to just do this thing. Make music, juggle YouTube, get watch hours, train, dance, I don't know, make love, repeat. It's I don't know, it's a simple life. No, no. Yeah, but no, YouTube, I love it though. I've been very blessed, very blessed. And I appreciate you, Kathleen. Thank you for the compliment. Um, yeah. But yeah, welcome to this live stream for those that are here and that are new. Welcome. And yeah, no, this book, honestly, I could talk about that book forever. I've recently been diving deeper back into it. But I really love just diving into these things here, right? It's like these domains of this is basically what I would love to say is this is like a metaphysical, a lot of this is metaphysical philosophy attached also associating with like I don't know, ancient Tibetan, like almost like Zen Buddhism that's been applied to lucid dreaming. It's like, you know, a lot of ancient philosophies that this writer, you know, Andrew Holisek, really interesting dude, very smart individual, who's dedicated a lot of his life to learning about lucid dreaming. And like even that's the thing that blew my mind. And you know, I've spoken this once or twice, but you know, you might think of lucid dreaming and you're like, ah, okay, so lucid dreaming, it means you're gonna try to, you know, do some sort of psychological subconscious work to, you know, maybe psychological practices like prospective memory, you know, planting memories in your subconscious, or what's it called? I always forget this one. Induction, like psychological techniques. You might think that's what lucid dreaming is, right? You might think that's how you lucid dream. Well, from what Andrew Holisek's perspective is, is very much like more of it. There's more so a philosophical component. Like it's more so the reason why we don't lucid dream is not necessarily because our psychological mind needs to be infused with all these like prompts and suggestions and subconscious domains. That's a part of it, sure. All things are woven into that, but a lot of it has to do more so with understanding our core philosophy, which I love because I'm a student of philosophy. I love that shit. But yeah. Can you stop speak for one song? I'm playing improv, my dog. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to this live stream. Welcome to this channel. We are not a cover artist, not a jukebox. You don't press play and then bang, bing, bang, you hear a song. It's like, that's not... If that's what you're expecting, you're on the wrong channel, bro. But I create meditative sound journeys, and I like to teach guitar, talk about philosophies, connect these dots. I'm trying to really just help people connect these dots to how they themselves can learn to just express themselves and activate creative energy as a whole. I'm not just a jukebox, I don't think anyone is, but... All that being said, to Alex, like, brother, if you can't successfully discern or see the role that this talking, right, all this talking and speaking and blah blah blah, maybe you don't have fluent grasp of English. That's okay, brother. Maybe that's why you're a little bit derailed, but you should understand this plays a pivotal role in all of this. Like the words I'm saying, I'm not just blabbing because for the sake of blabbing. Some of it maybe, but a majority of this is I'm trying to create a larger picture. It all flows into the performance itself, like the music that I do. So yeah, if that's a little bit above your head, that's okay, brother. But I might just request or invite you to maybe seek out other streams, where people are not speaking a single word and just blabbing or not blabbing at all and just playing guitar. Because if that's what you're seeking, then go seek that, brother. Find that wordless mute. Find that jukebox. Chase your dreams, brother. Find those jukeboxes. Life's too short not to. But if you want original improv music, that is flowing through in the moment, feel free to stick around. I don't know. There's nothing more egotistical narcissistic than trying to control your own dreams. Interesting. Their lessons, gifts from beyond, trying to dominate them. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for sharing, old soul. Old to know. Old to know so. Yeah. I agree. I mean, I've never tried to make that direct connection, but you're 100% correct, I would say. Yeah. To old no soul. Yeah. I think the parallel that I like to draw is like if people are in that place where they desire to, why, thank you, brother. Thank you, dog. I try to penetrate, through this kind of substrate, if you will. There's more like the unconscious kind of weird part of this. If people are not, I don't know, just not being real, they're not really understanding the role of authenticity or authentic, interaction and communication, then they probably aren't, meant to be here. Wanted, ad looking for jukebox on call. Oh, damn. Okay, let's go. That sounds wild, though. I don't know how much money you have to pay for that, Moonstars, but I'm sure you'll find some. You'll find some jukeboxes that would be happy to oblige, and I'm sure they'd be really happy to to play that role. I mean, sure, musicians. They're meant to perform and express. We all have unique roles. Like, I'm not to throw salt at people that are, focusing cover. If that makes them happy, like this is the caveat is, if a person is genuinely happy, playing on demand, multiple different artists that they've built, many years developing a repertoire. If that's their thing, that fills their soul, makes them happy, then wonderful, magical. I'm not gonna pretend that's not a beautiful thing. If they're a musician that's picked up a guitar, that's done a piano, they've already earned my respect universally, unless they're a piece of crap human being. But the reality is, in many rights, yeah, if a cover artist is a cover artist and they love it, beautiful. But that's not my path. Never been my path. I spent many years, like several years, developing covers, developing a style, and personally making a conscious decision to focus strictly on original music and improv. This is why I have the ability to do this, because I made a conscious decision. But each to his own. But I love what Old No was saying, and I think almost in some rights that's yes, Old No, that's a given, brother. That's a given, absolutely. People of all different mental pathologies will find a way to distort. People with narcissistic, egotistic disorders, or they haven't integrated the ego and they're maybe suffering from something like narcissism. Of course, brother, they're gonna convolute and invade on all the little matters of the psyche. So yes, their dreams, yes, social constructs, social dynamics. You're correct there, but let's not. I've personally not been one to even fixate on that. I'm not sitting there. I've never actually sat there and been like, okay, let's like try to control our dreams like some sort of like maniac, an intellectual, uh, like I don't know, like intellectual logician or something. No, the idea of studying your dreams, learning and honoring the deeper layers of how we understand dreams is far ego. It's far from ego. It's far from what you try to define or interject as narcissism. Like, is yeah, those personality disorders play no role in successfully integrating your dreams. And I think what you might be speaking to is, yes, there are probably some people, like to the Olden Soul, that are attempting to lucid dream. Maybe they're just they find themselves stumble ass backwards into astral projection, some sort of visionary awakening that they just happen to achieve somehow, right? And they didn't integrate it spiritually, which is the whole practice of dream yoga in this book. Is yes, you can lucid dream without a spiritual awareness. You can lucid dream without any self-awareness, without any philosophical awareness, and that is not inherently a good thing. Lucid dreaming in itself is not a healthy experience. It's not. Like, if you just experience it and you have no awareness, no deeper integration of who you are, it can be damaging. It can be dangerous. This is like a commonplace thing. But what I'm affirming and what I'm speaking to, and what I'm studying and what I'm really advocating is obviously not that. It's actually more so realizing, yes, those two worlds exist. There are people that are, trying to manipulate dreams and do bizarre, karmic things that break and damage themselves and others. But that's not what we're speaking to. We're more of actually focusing to those that don't desire to do that. Those that actually go through the years, if not generations, of honoring and integrating the mind and honoring that experience and seeing the powerful visionary qualities that dreams can have if you also choose to bridge these worlds with a spiritual integration, right? So I appreciate you pointing that out, because you're right. You're 100% right. I was talking about Alex. I wasn't talking about myself. It was a thought. Wanted ad looking at you, but no, you're correct. I mean, yeah. I was poking some fun, but also being blatantly honest to Alex. It's like, not, there are people that want to be jukeboxing it up, and the homie's he's seeking his mute. He wants a guy that's just like, it's just like, how's your day going? He just like looks at you and nods, doesn't say a word, just just shreds all the. I don't know. I'm just playing. He probably just wants to hear some music, but you see how you're coming though across in that way, bro. Yeah, for sure, brother. That's a cold hard fact, Alex. But I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know. I think again, this is the thing. I say your discerning abilities, like your ability to differentiate a person who's just like speaking with no intention, who's speaking to serve their own ego, versus a person who's actually trying to like introduce something different. He's someone who's just trying to actually, invite dialogue. Sure, I may say words every once in a while. That's just me, you know. If I'm me roasting you, me saying something, in response to your comment is entertaining for me. But a majority of what I say, outside of responding to yourself, is very intentional. I think this is a core component of this channel. Is you do realize that You shouldn't have to censor yourself. You shouldn't be actually, yeah, you're right. People shouldn't incontestantly speak with no intention. There are people that have disorders gravitating around that. But on the other hand, no, you should not censor yourself, brother. You shouldn't feel that default incontestant need to censor yourself, filter yourself so heavily, and act like other people should do the same. Because a huge reason why I'm a YouTuber and why I do this channel as a whole, I believe in people authentically expressing their truth. And I'm going to go ahead and do that on this channel to articulate that point. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, okay, no, I grit ya. I want to play the music, like do the chord. Like, no, bro, I'm not sure if you're my target audience. You know, I'm getting this increasing awareness that you may need to find another channel where that does fit what you're seeking. Like, with all respect and all due diligence, you may need to just find another streamer that fits whatever mold you're looking for. That, because if you don't desire to have a dialogue or see the role that this plays in the whole experience as YouTube, then, you know, this is just, you're not my audience. You're not the target audience, brother. And that's okay. Anyway, I'm going to go back to loop in this thing for a moment here. No philosophical speaking. No. Yeah, just no. You want to speak your mind? You want to talk about truth? What? No, you can't do that. No critical thinking. This is YouTube. You can't critically think. You can't speak your truth. No, don't do that. I don't know. What do I think about duality? Yeah. But yeah, with that, you know, just for the sake, like, I appreciate you sharing what you're feeling, Alex. You know, and it's valid to some degree. I get it. I mean, you realize I'm a streamer that I spend, like, as of late, like 3-4 hours a day. Majority of those bring performance. Like, if you want to hear my live music and you want to skip through whatever words are being spoken because you just want to hear the music, or you just want to hear the music, I have live releases. This is a live stream. I'm a live human being. I'm going to interact. I'm going to speak my words, right? You know, go to the literally 4 months of hours and hours of streams where there is live music there. You're free to do that and check that out if you desire. But I have a strong inclination that if you don't understand all the context of that, then, I don't know, you just may not need to be a part of this channel. Yeah. So what do I think about duality? What do I think about duality? That's an interesting question. I mean, in the simplest, right, we are dualistic beings. Like, we as humans, our brain likes to split things off. You know, we think it's this versus that. You know, we like to sort of like, we do that because it helps us make sense of things. You know, we also like to polarize things, which is like a whole nother piece of it. But if you mean like duality, like yin and yang, like balance, like everything has a dualistic balance. Everything is meant to have this beautiful contrast. I truly do believe that. Like, I deeply honor sort of that wisdom of how, you know, ancient Taoism has this kind of connection that everything does. Like, you know, every ebb has a flow. The ocean wave will come, it will ebb, it will flow. I really feel that is like a fundamental part of how humans and all things in this kind of this world, I guess, operate. You know, I like to more so, what I like to sort of poke holes in and really convey more than not is more, I like to really comment on polarity, you know, versus duality. I'll be honest, those are things we could probably closely reflect on and try to make sense of, but I'm intrigued by polarity. I'm always continuously intrigued by polarity, like just the 3D, the fact that we live in a world that is purposely polarized. You know, it's this versus that, but it will never find true balance. It's meant to it's almost like we're inherently experiencing an imbalanced structure, an imbalanced model that is polarity. You know, it's like this goes this way, this is that, there's a contrast, but that's not how things actually are. That's just our human experience trying to create tension and friction for us to extract, you know, whatever it is in this human experience we're trying to experience So when we ascend into a different dimension, eventually we realize, oh yeah, polarity is not real. Let's live our lives in the fourth and the 50 and beyond. We get to sit there and reflect and be like, oh, we can see how significant 5 and 16, 17 and beyond is because we understand polarity. Because we understand that things can be split off. Things can be split into a polar realm, into a dualistic realm. The nature of who we are is one. The nature of what we actually are is beyond, the 3D and etc. But we can really appreciate, you know, and really see the contrast of what is in beyond the human experience because we have these human facilities that choose to split things off, that choose to, see it as like, oh, but it's this versus that, and it's this polar dimension versus this polar dimension. Yeah. What do I do for a living? I work in background acting. Like, that's my primary gig. That being said, full transparency, like I've emulated this many times. I'm desiring to be a full-time YouTuber. Like the last several months, I've actually gone from 0 to now, right? I'm nearing about 1.5K subscribers. Just shy. And I've set course. Like, I'll be honest, when I was a new YouTuber, this is a whole nother little bag of worms or whatever, or rabbit hole, but I had very little actual tangible evidence that I was going to succeed at YouTube. But I just knew, I had a vision, I had a idea for a channel. I knew that, I love to connect and create music and perform, be a busking and all this. I was like pushing myself out of my comfort zone far before I began to, go on the quest to become a YouTuber. And long story short, yeah, I have a strong confidence that I'm going to be a full-time YouTuber. Like, it's like I'm on the path to really, and I also love this. I love everything to do with YouTube. I'm very devoted and very curious to do what it takes to become, a YouTuber. I really love this process of all the quintessential guitar YouTuber things. They excite me. I feel like drawn to them. I feel like I could definitely do these things very beautifully. So yeah, YouTube. Like, I work in the film industry, background acting, I've done regular acting. That's my gig. I have agents throw me gigs weekly. And I accept or decline depending on what I'm feeling, but my full-time gig, because the film industry slows down in December and January. It's like dead. Most people don't get work in the film industry in that period. And those last couple months, I've just been grinding YouTube, and I'm still grinding. And as I've grinded, I've been like, this is 1000% my new career path. And I'm all here for it. Yes, sir. I like the balance of these comments where I'm not being like swept away with like streams of comments and comments and comments. It's nice. So that's annoying. Repeat a song over and over again to look for another song to get attached to. Yeah. Yeah. Duality. My name is, if you're talking about my name, is Ryan. Yeah. Eshe is like my brand. It's my moniker, but my name is Ryan. Yeah. Okay, I thought you were talking about Slipknot song. Yo, I appreciate that. I appreciate that tiny line gaming. A lot of people enjoy Ryan speaking and also playing. I think it comes down to, without being too overt and penetrating, I don't really give a fuck. Like, in a healthy way. It's like, I'm not here to, if I was, really cared, like, if I took a page from Alex's book, was like, oh, maybe I should just stop talking and play guitar all the time. You realize there's thousands of people, and in the future there's going to be hundreds of thousands, right, of people that I'm engaging, interacting. I'm creating a community here. If I genuinely cared about every person's little comment and opinion and was like, oh, I should listen to them, I wouldn't get anywhere. I wouldn't get anything done. I have to just do exactly what I feel is organic and authentic to me, and those that resonate with that, truly, they're going to be the part of this community. It's as simple as that. YouTube is a multi-billion-dollar company, massive, massive corporation. There's so many people, right? And obviously, in all those scopes of people, it doesn't discriminate. Everyone's welcome to stream through, to subscribe to whatever channel they want, but it's up to the creator to set boundaries and be like, you know what? I think I want to have a community of people that resonate with these ideologies or these views, or maybe have boundaries in relation to what this channel dynamic is. So yeah, it's pretty simple. It's like if Alex, for whatever reason, he wants to find because it's a neutral entity. If Alex wants to find his jukebox cover artist, music creator, that's beautiful. That's all good. He can find that. I'm sure there's a lot of guitarists that do that. But yeah, that's where I think there's a little bit. That's where I even felt called to just communicate to Alex. Is like I think he doesn't really fundamentally understand. Like the fact is, he's free to do whatever he wants. He can find his mute jukebox creator. Not to throw salt at other cover artists, but I'm not that. So the one thing that really resonated with me about a moment ago, I've really enjoyed connecting with this minor key creation here, and I think I'm going to establish that a little further and loop it up for the sake of creating something beautiful here. That last note was not the right scale. That's the loop. Am I recording? Nope, I wasn't recording. Let's get the record button going. Yeah, magic. That's the one. Oh no. Whoa, dude. Low battery. I see. Damn. That was brutal. The low battery on this preamp just glitched out and created a very crazy static sound. Oh yeah, and that's what it captured. Very nice. So beautiful. So beautiful. That's wild. Moonstars, I believe, said he was going to look into starting a Discord soon. Yeah, yes. I know if you're talking about I started a Discord actually a while back. When I was newer on, I recommended it to a few people because I was being asked about that frequently. But yeah, as it goes, I think I would love to drive that further is like, yeah, create like Discord, Patreon, like a free Patreon, have obviously paid options, but the Patreon would be like trying to orient more of an exclusive community that also is, something that can step outside the regulations of YouTube. And I think that's something I really would love to pull the trigger in the future. Have you tried to set up a Discord? It's a really good connecting. I've only tried a week's out. Yeah, Discord rocks. Honestly, I can share that actually if you desire to. I started like a long time ago because I don't use Discord a whole lot, but I do like the idea of using it for specific intentions. Yeah, I have one called a Shea Movement Portal. I started it, and here it is. I created the community. It has a nice little beautiful nature scene in there. Yeah. But I love that. I love the idea of that. Living on a prayer. Honestly, brother, I have no idea how to perform Bon Jovi. I love Bon Jovi, though. He's a great artist. Yeah. Interesting. Damn. Wow. We've got another. Annie. Wow. Well, thank you for sharing, Annie, your unsolicited professional opinion, Addie Aldeline. Because clearly you're the expert. You're the expert. We got it. It's loud and clear. You are the clear expert on judging people's character and their proficiency of artistry. Yes, sir. We've got that message received. I'm not me. I mean, I've been doing guitar for 17 years, haven't done a drug in 11 years. And I'm a performance artist who loves everything to do with the culture, the scene, and I dress to reflect that way. But Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. But hey, we're all entitled to our opinions, Annie. It's all good. Just even really horrendous, closed-minded, limiting opinions, you're entitled to your opinion, Annie. But again, some unsolicited advice to match your unsolicited advice. You probably shouldn't be offering, extensive unsolicited advice to strangers. But say la vie. We all have free will. We all have free will. Of course, that free will can only take you so far. If you're commenting on things that seem to be pretty close-minded and don't really serve a deep purpose other than negative projections, your unsolicited advice may boot you out of a community that actually is a rockin' community. That's all I'll say to that, Annie. Because I don't have time to entertain every person that sort of doesn't align with this community. So many times I'll just let those people be on their way. Goodbye. It appears my guitar, though, my preamp, the battery is on a low battery, which means I gotta sort of exit that thing there. Cat scratch fever. Interesting. Cat scratch fever. Mute jukebox creator. I don't know. That just popped on the fly. That was me trying to roast Alex in a respectful way. And honestly, again, I have nothing against cover artists. If you're a cover artist and you picked up a guitar and you love performing for music and you happen to, not have the ability to communicate your voice, that's okay. You're shy or something, you're camera shy and you sit there and play guitar. That's cool. We're not throwing salt at them, but I think for Alex's desire to find his jukebox mute creator, he'll find it, but that's not me. That's not my path. Damn, though, I gotta find myself some batteries. Yeah. I gotta find 1 second here. We'll be back after these messages. Yeah. Where are batteries? That's something. That is something. Well, it seems like my batteries are not batterying. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, friends. Welcome, friends. That's crazy. Apparently my preamp, like this baby here, it's battery operated. And it's low. It's very low. Looks like it's gonna die. That's why I kind of glitched out when I was doing a studio recording, which is unfortunate. Never been one for mullets, my man. That's not the look. That's not the look. But if people want to rock a mullet, that's yeah, all the power to them. think this is just a moment where I have to I have to accept I can't do my looping right now through Ableton because this battery is dead, so it's just going to disconnect. Where did you share my Discord? I actually shared it. I think I shared it when I had like a 200 subscribers, like a couple months ago. I shared it in my posts, so like YouTube, the post section where it's community posting. That's where I shared that. I can share it again though. I can definitely share it again because I make more sense now that there's a much larger audience. But yeah, back then it was like I was like, yeah, let's make a nice little intimate Discord. But then, yeah, let's see. Yeah, where did I think I also did like a large ass talk, and then the Discord link was at the bottom of the large talk, which is kind of what I do sometimes. Yeah, that's not Ableton's not gonna work for us right now because I need some batteries. Do I know Spanish ones? Do I know Spanish songs? I honestly can't say I do. Yeah. I'm very deeply inspired and influenced by Spanish playing, but not yeah, I have no idea how to perform Spanish music. Yeah. It's sounding very fluent right now. Very fluent. Sadly, my batteries on my amp is kind of dead, my preamp. So I think the recording process is going to be paused for now. That's okay. I appreciate you, Shield. Appreciate you being here, brother. We've had a fun start already. Welcome to YouTube live stream world. We've popped some random, or we've had some random strangers pop in that are, trying to navigate those waters of YouTube live stream land and really just revealed a little bit about themselves. They revealed they don't want to be a part of this community, it seems, or whatever not necessarily that, but I find it funny. I'm gonna launch off into a short little share about what I've been finding myself really intrigued by and really blessed by, I feel like. Very nice. You're in the wrong place. Looking for a husband? I'll be honest, it's blatant to say you probably need to look into the real world. It's the place to find love or whatever you're looking for. And it's a Marvin Stone. Wow. That's great, brother. But anyway, what I found is very interesting is, okay, a huge part of what I've been noticing a lot the last couple years of my life, and a huge core theme in this has been, finding myself somehow really just increasingly attract very healthy, very aligned romantic partnerships, communities, people in the real world, of course, that have really just established something very beautiful. And in my mind, the key theme, like when I returned to trying to express why and how this kind of occurred, how this all began, right, was basically I began to very much organically, let's say, release judgment of people. It was not like I basically learn to, because it basically started when I started going to dance events a lot, right? Live music shows, raves, ecstatic dances, events, and I would meet many different people. I went to the succession where I go to a lot of these events in general, but the last few years, I basically, I've been sober for 11 years. I love meeting people. I love connecting with people, platonically and otherwise. But when you meet people when you're sober, you obviously have to have a very strong awareness of boundaries. You have to obviously be present. You have to understand and honor consent, right? When you're sober. And the idea is when you're doing this, like say you're going to a rave, you're going to an event, you're going out into social dynamics, and you're meeting lots of people, what you come to see very actively is you are not very separate from your fellow human being. There's not a whole lot that separates you, from your fellow human being. If you're going out in the real world and you meet people, some people are choosing to drink alcohol, some people are choosing to engage in intoxicants or whatever, right? These people are still human beings, they're still just human beings expressing, integrating, figuring out life, juggling their own sort of turmoil and emotions. And they're just there to show up with a collective intention. When you go to a dance floor, you're a part of the dance scene, you meet all these human beings, and especially when you're engaging in sobriety, when you're permanently purely sober, and you're embracing your fellow human being and all their imperfections and them, you learn a lot of powerful things unconsciously. And basically what I'm saying is you learn not to judge people. You learn not to judge people by their looks, or, you don't judge a book by its cover, so to speak. You don't try to act like you can define and identify people based on, simple surface level things. And this has all been inspired actually by Annie Oldley or whatever, the person that popped by and said XYZ about, how I dress. She commented I'm a musician, proficient. She appreciated that. But she made this direct connection to saying I dress like, maybe a person that's using substances or a drug addict. I don't even know the exact comment. Pretty bizarre judgment, pretty bizarre projection. And maybe she's not wrong. Some people, who knows, that do have problems with substances. I'm sure I used substances many, many years ago. I haven't used any recreational commercial substance, no weed, no alcohol really, no any substance of sorts like that for 11 years by choice, and it's not like a flex. I'm not sharing this at random, but the idea is that there are people that go out there that are unfortunately not able to engage in sobriety. Maybe they desire to, but are these people desiring, do they deserve to be judged? Do they deserve to be, profiled and stereotyped and judged, just based on what they choose to wear, or how they look, or how they choose to express themselves? No, they do not deserve that judgment. And society is a very weird place. Yeah, it's an ancient post. It's an ancient post. I'll repost the thing. I'll definitely repost it. I think what occurred was I posted it in a post where I went on a little discussion of how grateful I was for the community, and then I included the Discord once you say see more. I'm almost positive that's what happened, but I'll make another post where I'll post the official Discord for this community. But yeah. Anyways, simple conclusion is I found it very entertaining and amusing, and also obviously an immediate red flag to dismiss Annie, in her perspective from this community is it's bizarre to think that some people actually still, and this is, this is normal. People like to judge people's books by their covers. They like to stereotype people. They like to, cast their judgments so heavily. And what I'm saying, like this is the core point of what I'm saying is, as a man that has just organically unpackaged that very mentality, just organically. I haven't tried to do this. It wasn't a conscious thing I sought out. It just happened where I began to see myself break down these barriers and these judgments and these definitions of people. You're not trying to judge my fellow human being. Embracing, we're all imperfect. We're all trying to figure these things out, but realizing we're still all worthy of being embraced, of not judging each other. And this is a thing that I've just seen as a reoccurring theme. And I'll be honest, on the other side of suspending judgment of your fellow human being, I'll tell you, there are some of the most powerful, beautiful blessings from the universe. This is an invariable truth. I've seen this happen over and over and over again. I look at my life, I'm like, wow, I feel very blessed. The romantic partnerships, the friendships, the community, the XYZ, this, that, the other thing, I feel very blessed. But I'm telling you is there is a direct parallel when you genuinely suspend your judgment for your fellow human being. Like you realize, oh, maybe I don't have it all right. Maybe my preconceptions of how this person is in my mind based on society is actually false. It's ignorance. It's limiting belief. When you break open those things, and again, this is not a thing you can force. This is not a thing you can just do. I'm like, okay, so it is. I won't judge you. And no, you have to understand why your judgments are probably wrong. Why a lot of society is a paradox. Why a lot of the most beautiful, exquisite people do not exist in your one-dimensional narrative and definitions of what they are. Why your judgments are often, obviously, or honestly, not real. They're actually diluted. they're not real. They're false. They're fragmenting. And when you see on the other side of that, this is, at least in my experience of the last 3 years of my life, this is when the universe hits you with waves and waves and waves of blessings. When you literally see that, oh, you know what? I'm not going to, unconsciously, I'm not going to judge other people. I'm not going to discriminate. I'm not going to try to define and pretend that just based off the surface level, depiction of my mind of a stereotype of a person, I'm not going to sit there and judge a person, right? And when you split open that, you see your life change. And this was the launch off point, is for Annie to make that weird discrimination of being like, maybe she's just judging people all day long. Like, maybe she's just a bitter person. Who knows? I don't know her. But the reality is, if a person is telling you that, oh, that you look like this and you must be that, or like, oh, let's just stereotype and judge this person, judge that, you're closing yourself off. You're closing yourself off from the greater, I would say, blessings and powerful lessons that the universe wants to deliver to you. Anyways, philosophical dialogue over. But I found that very interesting because Annie was perfectly, like magically encapsulating exactly, I would say, the opposite mentality of what I'm just trying to articulate. Is like, you should not, sit there and, oversaturate and be fixated on these preconceptions, these limiting beliefs of how people are, just casting judgments unconsciously. Oh, but this person's that way because of this and that. It's like, you probably don't know shit about this person. You have no idea. Like, you're splitting yourself off from this stranger, this person, pretending you know them because you have this weird model in your head, and you're immediately like isolating yourself and creating profound limiting beliefs about the things that the universe wants to teach you and show you and offer you in a beautiful, loving abundance. Like, it's a very bizarre paradox that I feel very passionate to articulate to people, because this is like genuinely, on the other side of this is life changing. Like, it really is. Anyways, it sucks my guitar battery's dead. It sucks that the guitar battery's dead. It really does. It's like low batteries. So. I appreciate that, Shield. I appreciate that, brother. It's, there's many different parallels of that. But yeah, bruv, it's like, for some people, I'm a strong believer because, I'm a performance artist. I've been writing music, pushing myself far to my comfort zone for many, many years of my life. Like, whether we're talking about, singing songs that are vulnerable to me, or playing music that is sacred to me, or putting expressions out there that are sacred to me. I've been doing this for so many years of my life. Like, truthfully, that's just been a huge part of my life. And what you learn from doing that regularly, especially when you're new to it, especially when it's really uncomfortable, because it always is. It's always really uncomfortable to put yourself out there, to be vulnerable to strangers, to audience, this, that, the other. But what you learn very quickly is your expression, it matters. It always matters. If you're singing your heart out, whether it's a song that's yours or not, whether you're saying some poetry or speaking some beautiful truth, your expression and your words matter. Truthfully, there's someone that hears that and they love what you're saying. It resonates with them. And then there's someone probably that hears that and it triggers them. It projects. They think, oh, no, you're wrong. Or no, there's no way you could be thinking that way. And guess what? That is also a blessing for them. It's a win-win. If a person is resonating with what you're saying, or they're not resonating with it, that is still planting a seed. That's still making them think. This is what artists do, is they put out their expressions, they say statements to make people think. Some people will agree and they'll be like, wow, I love what you said. Some people are like, no, I can't disagree more. And guess what? That's also a blessing. That person that disagreed, that is triggered, that is projecting all these negative narratives, they're now having a launch off point to unpackage their beliefs. So hopefully they can one day see a deeper and more open-hearted perspective, hopefully. So it's like, no matter what, it's an important thing to put out your truth. It's important to push yourself out of your comfort zone, to play whatever you're doing. It really is. The poster says, Discord is a shame movement portal. Word. Thank you, Shield. Thank you for helping, guide the... Yeah, it's like an empty Discord at this point, I think. Or I don't even know how many members are in there. Let's see. Oh, deafen? No. But it's That's maybe where this has become an ambiguous part of the Discord. Is the spelling of Ashe is the ancient African spelling. So it's got some weird symbols, some dots under the S and the E. I may have to change that so I can make it easier to find. But I'll just post the link. I'll post the link after the stream. I'll post the link in the thing. Yeah. 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 I mean, that's another thing. That's a whole nother thing, Alasdair, I think. That's definitely relevant. I mean, brother, yeah. Like, people will judge. People will try to limit and, they're going to make sense. They're going to project on you, especially, yeah, family. Like, it's a weird parallel. Like, I'm a full-grown man. I'm 31. And I'll be honest, for most of my life, like, for probably 10 of those 16, 17 years of being a performance artist, probably for like 10 of those years, I on some level my family would support me, but most of my family had no idea. They had no idea how to process or even had any tangible confidence in me pursuing music or any performance or profession. Like, they liked it. They're like, okay, we like you as a human being, we support you, we are proud of you, but they also knew that they're like profoundly uncomfortable and inconfident in me making my life way. I made this decision way before I had any tangible skill or success. I was determined to be a performance artist. But what I'm simply saying is something I told myself about 10 years ago, maybe a little longer than that, is that if you are walking a path that literally no one has ever walked, like if you are on a path that no one has ever walked, no one has ever carved this path, only you can truly know what this path looks like. Only you. No societal, example, no, band that you look up to, no family member, no this, that, the other. Nobody knows what this path looks like except for you. If you are carving a path that's never been walked. Like, you're literally doing something, a dynamic, a powerful quest that is made for you. And that's beautiful. So people can judge, like your family, or people can be like, I don't know about what you're doing, or I don't get it, or blah blah blah. And weirdly enough, to this day, I've been all of the family, all the people that have ever questioned or tried to judge my choices and path, they've changed that very radically. Probably in the last like 5, 6 years, as I've like become a full grown adult, succeeded in many different ways. But it's like, what I'm simply saying is, I remember as a young kid when I was like, my father, he was asking me openly. We were having conversations, and he was questioning everything I was doing over and over and over again, questioning my pursuits relating to martial arts, relating to music. I mean, he liked it. He thought it was commendable, but he didn't understand. He was like so confused. Like, what do you think you're gonna do with this in your life? And I remember constantly telling him, like, I trust my path. Like, I don't even have to explain it to you consciously, but I trust my path. Like, I know that I'm walking a path that no one has ever walked. My father's never walked it. You couldn't put an XYZ rock star musician or whoever. I'm not walking their path. I'm walking my path, and I'm carving it as I'm walking. And that's a surefire thing that no person in your life that's trying to cast judgment on you has any true perspective or can understand your path, and that's okay, because it's your path to understand. You're the one carving it. You're walking a road that no one's ever walked, hopefully, if you're really boldly following that path. And that's what I told myself many years ago, like 10, 15 years ago. And that really made me feel better. Like, that made me feel very, like, I didn't understand those words necessarily to a deepest degree, but it made me feel so much better. Where that's the truth, is nobody. Like, if you're walking a path that no one has ever walked, you're trying to innovate something, you're trying to create a style or do some sort of powerful thing your ancestors have never done, that most people in your community just never have even attempted, you and only you intuitively know what this looks like. And people trying to judge you and be like, this person doesn't know what they're doing, or blah blah, they have no clue. Their judgments mean nothing, because they don't understand. They can't. They couldn't if they tried. You're walking a unique path that is yours, and only you understand. And even you can intuitively walk those waters. You don't have to have a conscious plan and be like, oh yes, I'm gonna in 5 years be here and do this. It's like, your intuitive path you're carving is yours and yours alone. Anyways, that's a food for thought. Food for thought. Yeah, sadly, Chuck has passed away. Rest in peace, Chuck. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger. You know, we have a powerful martial artist, philosopher, Hollywood actor, Chuck Norris. And of course, and he's just dope. He's a good dude. He was like an icon, of course. So that's heavy. And then of course Heath Ledger is just a gem that was taken too early. That's just sadness. That's sad. Yeah. The link in the channels with that. Magic. Beautiful. Ah. So always recognize the dreamlike qualities of life and reduce attachment and aversion. Practice good-heartedness towards all beings. Be loving and compassionate no matter what others do to you. What they do will not matter so much when you see it as a dream. The trick is to have a positive intention during the stream. This is the essential point. Chagdud Tolku Rinpoche. Interesting. I don't know. Phenomenal. Thank you, brother. I'm glad that resonates. I think it's really important to have that self-belief. And the self-belief in some rights is simple, you know? It's like you have to somehow just release the idea. Because this is a weird thing is, you know, I'm an identical twin, right? So, you know, I spoke that once before. Being an identical twin is a mindfuck. Like, it is a genuine mindfuck. It's a powerful psychological test among billions of powerful psychological tests that you experience over and over and over again. And one of the core things you learn from being an identical twin, among so many various things, is you need to successfully separate external projections and opinions of other people. You know, when you're thrust in the powerful karmic bond of something like an identical twin, or maybe it's like a long-term relationship or family member that's akin to that, right? Only when you have that extensive, intense level of projection, only then will you actually realize that, oh, wait a second, nobody's external opinions truly matter. You know, people can throw their opinions on you all day long. They can try to project and distort and just create, you know, crystallize their opinions of who you are or what you're doing or XYZ. But none of that actually matters. Like, and only, again, that's the thing is, this is kind of a weird thing that I haven't reflected on a lot, but you know, we as human beings, we have projections, right? You know, and this is part of probably why I'm so well equipped to be a streamer and deal with people putting negative projections. You do realize that a person could project, like, you know, they could do this to my face all day long, and they'll be like, hey, like, blah, 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 you know, projection all day long. They'll say something that's outlandish, that has no truth, no merit, but then there it is, right? You do realize that that doesn't even remotely hold a flame to the intense, emotionally connected projections that I've experienced for my entire life as a twin. Like, that's a thing that I'm only really just really crystallizing right now is the level of intense projections you experience as an identical twin for your entire life, pretty much. That is way more intense than any mental projections that you could experience from a stranger or even an intimate partner, right? Unless you've had this intimate partner for like 15, 20, 30 years. Like, the reality is, being a twin, you literally are forced to deal with intense mental projections, you know, opinions, other perceptions of your identical mirror that is projecting this onto you in your entire life. It's very intense. Eventually, it forces you to emotionally mature, psychologically mature, both of you, hopefully, ideally. You know, if you don't just disappear and, you know, from their life. But the reality of it is, what I'm saying is, when you learn to deal with projections on an intense level, yeah, people's opinions and projections, they bounce off of you. You're just like, ah, interesting. Like, what a strange projection. 51. Ah, Moon is 51. I think he was asking how old I am. I am 31. Yes, yes. such a beautiful day out right now, I must say. I'm very, very impressed with this. It's been raining a lot the last couple days, but now suddenly it's still kind of gloomy, but it's like bright. It's like sunny, shining out here. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Shield. It really, like, the bizarre thing is, as a full-grown adult, as a guy that's had to deal with the projections of being a twin for 31 years, of my life, you do realize that projections are not negative. Projections are not, they're not inherently negative. They serve a purpose. They're fruitful if you're self-aware enough to discern and learn from them. Projections are only negative. They're only inherently not fruitful if you're not self-aware enough to learn from them. But again, as a young kid, as a teenager, when you're trying to learn what it means to be a person, like you're trying to learn who you are, projections are very intense. The projections of being an identical twin all day long. Be every person you meet, every family member every interaction you have, you're unpackaging projections of the ego all day long. That's what a twin does, right? That's what a twin has to do. And eventually you get to a point, you're just like, damn, I'm sick of this. I've been, drowning in projections my whole life. But then eventually when you grow as a full-grown adult, you see the deeper truth of what these things actually are. You see the role that projections play and the role that you as an individual play and how you perceive, integrate these projections. But yeah, it's difficult, brother. I see. I couldn't tell what you're talking about, Moon. I'm sure you're just jesting. If I'm 51, then I'm like the genetic, what's the word? I don't know. I've somehow transcended genetics. If I'm 51, then I'm like the youngest looking 51-year-old ever. I'm some Benjamin Button motherfucker. Yeah. I can imagine it plays havoc with the sense of self and identity. Most people struggle with it to agree. Yeah, brother. I speak of this openly, and I spoke with this actually with my partner the other day, where I was like, I actually have, this is a very weird thing to talk about, or to think about really. I have actual memories of being inside of my mother's womb, where these memories were not regular memories. Like, they were emotional, energetic memories, like flashes, glimmers of like emotionally intense memories that are like internal in your body and your experience, that I remember being in my mother's womb and actually thinking, there's not enough space here. Like feeling like I feel suffocated. I feel like this is not fair that I have to share this experience with this other being. I had like vivid, powerful, overwhelming like emotional memories that surely implanted in my subconscious. Surely as a young adult, young kid, child, I continuously had this overwhelming sense of desiring to be an individual, always. But I wasn't. In many rights, I was always immediately associated with another human being, my brother, my twin. No matter what. People mistaking my name, people lumping us together, people basically completely robbing, for lack of a better word, our sense of being individuals. We were conjoined being. Many people acknowledge us as that. It was not like we had much individuality. Not at least until we were about maybe 10, 11 or whatever. It's a bizarre thing, but again, the weird thing is when you have the self-awareness to apply projections, even if they're negative, even if they're just simply projections, they're just mirrors, you learn a lot. You learn and mature at a very rapid rate. Yeah. Nice. Seems to identify with this content. Being here has helped me a lot. That's rad. I think, the simplest thing that I try to do in this stream, I want to create a meditative safe space. Some journeys or some streams, I desire to just share music that I've created. I want to create a safe space that's like gentle and meditative and is just basically practicing how to do a sound healing facilitation. I'm using this as a portal. But sometimes, a lot of the time actually, what I'm often trying to do is I'm trying to embody authentic communication And not only just doing that, I'm doing this as a creator, as a YouTuber. I'm trying to really just showcase and embody authentic communication. Why? Because I think this world is drowning in this misconception or this inability to authentically communicate. And this is not rocket science. We live in a world where we're so heavily programmed by, these technological oversaturated loops like smartphones, this, that, the other thing, where in reality, we're like unconsciously seeking authentic communication. A lot of our struggles, our strife or fragmentation is literally because we've failed to honor our ability to authentically express and communicate ourselves. So in this channel, I think it's valid that I'm doing this unconsciously and consciously. I'm trying to really just be as authentic as I can in my communication style, whether it's, trying to be real with people of what this channel is about, what I'm trying to convey or whatever, right? It's not very, this is like organic for me. Wow, it's actually beautiful out. Wow. This is wild. I think if I can get my hands on some batteries, I think I'm going to take this stream and mount this on my guitar and go for a walk in the forest, because it's beautiful out. Yeah. Wow. So beautiful out right now. It's crazy. It's been raining a lot the last few days, but it's beautiful. I wear a jacket but not socks. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to be very forthcoming with you, Alex. I'm going to remove your comment rights for the next 24 hours. I'm not sure why you're here. But everything you've so far, contributed to this comment section, and I say this with utmost neutrality. Nothing you've said seems to have like any relevance, or it's almost like you're not trolling per se. You're not trolling, but it seems like you're not successfully contributing emotionally intelligent opinions. Not that everyone has to do that, but I'm gonna go ahead and just make the executive decision to remove your comments rights for the next 24 hours. So do with that what you will. Stick around, don't stick around. That's your prerogative, brother. It's your time. But I'm not sure. And again, with all respect, I'm not sure if you, Alex, are a part of my target audience, and that's okay. We're talking statistics, baby. We're talking metrics. We're talking YouTube algorithm. If you're not a part of my target audience, that's okay. Go find your target audience. Go find, or your target whatever. Align with your fellow peer target audiences. Like we're all here just to find our target. Oh, that's some weird business speak philosophical truth. We're just here in this world to find our target audience, We're just trying to ride those waves of metrics, man. Trying to ride those highs, those ebbs and flows of the metrics. The didgeridoo of circular breathing. Interesting. Okay. My husband broke his neck in the army. He had to learn to walk again, and he damaged his nerves in one arm. Interesting. Oh, I'm mixing. I read 2 comments assuming it was 1. Wow. I'm a little bit behind here. So I was feeling back pain when I was in my 30s. It's downhill from there. I'm 29, but my spine is at least 60. Wow. Damn. That's unfortunate. I mean, that's a thing I could talk about all day long, but I won't at this point. I studied to be a trainer. I'm basically studying to be a movement coach, because I've been an athlete for like 16 years or whatever. And long story short, what I'm saying is I believe strongly in forming a very intentional relationship with your body. It's almost like I'll be as apt to say that your body with your relationship with your body is everything. Like what you consume, how you train, how you activate your somatic body, your muscular body. Like, this is a caveat. If you're new to this channel, welcome. But as I regularly like to connect the dots to, yeah, I'm a musician, sound healer, etc., performance artist, whatever. But I also am an athlete. Like I've spent many, many, many years devoting myself to training martial forms, calisthenics training, parkour training. Like I spend a lot of energy in learning to honor my health, learning to do different styles and disciplines of training. I do it because I love it. I do it because I've loved this for most of my life. But on a deeper level, I also do this because it's a form of self-love. It's me honoring my body. And also in the simplest right, I am able to be, what I am as a creator, as a musician, as a performance artist, whatever, right? I'm only able to succeed as I do as a musician, as a whatever composer, because I am also an athlete, because I'm also a martial artist. Like these things are not separate, they're synonymous, they're deeply woven. So what I'm simply saying is your body is everything. You should honor it. Like if there's issues you're experiencing, maybe if it's chronic, maybe it's genetic, I don't know. Those are unfortunate parallels, but there is so much one should desire to do to honor your body. Whether we're just talking about simply a diet, but whether you're talking about like all the ways that you can actually consciously honor your body, it's valid. It's like I remember when I was younger, right? When I started songwriting for the first time in my life, right before COVID happened, like maybe like a couple months or like half a year, this was also directly correlating when I started training a specific style of martial forms. It was no-gi jiu-jitsu in this phase of my life. It was literally the exact parallel when I began to honor my body and focus heavily martial art training in this specific period was exactly when I created these waves of creative energy that I directed at learning to songwrite. And yeah, it's almost like all these things are so interwoven that what I'm simply saying is there's always more you can do to honor your body. There always is. There are different types of, movement, mobility training, different types of stretching protocols, different ways to honor your somatic and physiological body. These are very important things to understand. And again, I'm just speaking openly, but I've dedicated so many years of my life to learning about the body and the mind, and particularly like engaging in all these different types of training and eating very very healthy diets and etc. It's like it is a worthy pursuit to honor the body. It is an infinitely worthy pursuit to go out of your way to learn about the body, learn about how to really honor all these different ways. And I'm going to say this right now is there's always something you can do to learn and honor your body further, like there is. And yeah, as a guy that spends like a lot of time doing that, I highly recommend for those that may find themselves experiencing, a lot of debilitating, pain or limitations. It's just let yourself explore the vast array of things that you can do that can reclaim your power. Now, again, the caveat is some people may have like genetic, chronic, debilitating disorders that is just, it's very debilitating. It's beyond a lot of what you are experienced, but for most of us, for the mass majority of us, there is a massive allotment of what you can do to honor your body, to honor your health, and you should desire to do that. And sometimes it's pretty obvious. Like sometimes just go for a run in the forest. Sometimes it's do an extensive stretching calisthenic protocol, do some breath work, just eat a beautiful nourishing diet, drink lots of water, like simple stuff. It's not like rocket science. I remember I was a kid, the amount of time class drawing dragons and comic creations. Eventually found music in my escape daily practices. Problems. That's awesome, man. That sounds that sounds really awesome, bro. I have to say I'm deeply enamored to this day, always, with those same kind of like fantasy Lord of the Rings type landscapes. Like I love that stuff. I love that stuff so deeply. Like the ancient sort of fantasy, like but very real, like New Zealand type, European, Swedish landscape type worlds. Like that stuff is it's a culture. It's culture. Like it's genuine, real human culture that's been like romanticized. It's just so great. My husband's. I'm kind of going through these comments in a backwards fashion. Can you drop and give us 50? Can I drop and give you 50? I'm sure I could, bro, but that, like, easily. But that would take a long time. Yeah. Did I train Taekwondo? I did train Taekwondo, yeah. For about 8 years. Yeah, I trained Taekwondo for 8 years. It's great. Taekwondo is, honestly, as a kid, it was a little bit boring at times. Like, not even boring, it seemed arbitrary. Like, you weren't actually doing true martial art training. But that was actually part of the training as a kid. It's like, you're just like disciplining yourself. Who needs an instrument of wood when you know how to throat sing? I would say you want both, brother. Throat singing is magic, but instruments of wood are also. But yeah, nah, as it is, I don't know where that cut off, but throat singing and instruments of wood are magical. They pair together beautifully, and they're both beautiful. Yeah. Interesting. Even better than my gratitude is well placed. English. That's awesome, dude. I'm half English. I'm half English and half Ukraine. I love English. I love England culture. I would love to visit. I would love to visit England deeply. I think England is probably like Leeds and stuff is on my top 10 of where I would first visit when I start doing travel YouTube. Interesting. In order to be grounded, you must take off sandals to feel the copper of the energy that thrives. Interesting. I could see that, yeah. Honestly, I have very little knowledge about the energetic or the properties of copper, like how copper can heal and transmit energy, but I believe it. I believe it. I feel it makes so much sense. Grounding as a whole, like, that's just. I feel like I need to ground myself more. I think I could benefit so much. It's been so long since I've just taken my shoes off and walked in the forest. I used to do that a lot actually with my one partner, but yeah. I do wear barefoot shoes though. My granddad was Ukrainian. That's beautiful. Ukrainian people are awesome. Like I'm only half Ukraine, but I've met so many incredible, passionate, beautifully cultured Ukrainian people. Honestly, most Europe, if not all the what's it called? Like Slavic people. They're just incredible human beings. Like I love them. I love them. But yeah, Ukrainian people are magic. Like I've met so many Ukrainians, especially ones that have taken refuge in British Columbia, and I meet them through like the film industry, namely, and like a lot of them are like actors and models or to be, and they're just so awesome. Like they're such intelligent and like passionate human beings. The ones I've met. And the accent is just so charming. It's just great. This guy recommended new things. Said Jacob Jones money. Drinking Everclear and Monster for the first time. Jacob Jones, what a guy. Magic. Wow. Ocean waves for happy days. Some ocean water thing. Doesn't say where it's from, but man. Oh wait, the bay is called Island Harbor in the Caribbean. Wow, that's magic. Caribbean waters in Island Bay. I would love to go to the Caribbean. If you really want to experience the England that Tolkien based the Shire on, make a visit to small villages and towns in the villages. Yeah, eh? Ah, so it's somewhere in England. I know, of course, Hobbiton. That's in New Zealand, but yeah, that makes sense. England, it's just the culture is surely there's so much magic I feel to explore. The shout out a doubt. Especially, I'm very attracted to Harry Potter, like Harry Potter culture and everything with there. I don't know exactly where they shot it. I think it was somewhere in London or something, or maybe I'm way off. Yeah. Existence. Existence. Yeah. Brother, yes, drink water. I advocate this message. I advocate this message profoundly. Drink water. Yes, drink water every day, all day. Just drink it. Man, for some reason, I don't know if you guys ever watch SNL. There's this one, like, reoccurring thing where it's like, what is it called? Do Not Destroy or something. And they have like a Timothy Chalamet skit where it's like him, like he's on the side of a building and he's like gonna jump and then they're just like, no, don't jump. And then Timothy just like, it's like I have nothing left to lose. And then you're like, you must have something. He's like, oh, I got my music. And he's just like, oh, we don't want to hear some of your music. Play your music. And he's like, okay. And he takes off a speaker and then Timothy Chalamet plays this like super crunchy, like weird experimental like electronic music. And it's like the funniest skit I've ever seen. It's just legendary. I love Timothy Chalamet. He's a funny guy. Remember to drink water, friends. Hydrate. Hydrate water. Listen to water. You know, plunge into water. The elements are there to heal you. We are the elements, naturally. Man, I don't drink water at all, but I'm still here. I'm not all there, but still functioning. Yeah? Honestly, well, that's why I embrace and laugh so much at the messages. I don't drink water much either, actually. Especially when I probably should. I mean, that being said, the main time when I drink tons of water is when I'm training. That's actually part of what I love about, going to the gym. When you go to the gym, you're literally just giving yourself the capacity to just drink tons of water by default, eat some healthy food and drink some smoothie and train. And, it's just what a wholesome, incredible experience the gym is. It's great. Gym. The only gym you'll find me at is Jim's Bar and Grill. Damn. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I mean, that's your prerogative, but I mean, I love the gym. You know, I love all types of gyms. Martial art gyms, parkour gyms, Planet Fitness, weight training gyms. They rock. They're my home. That being said, I don't need a gym. I don't need the gym to train. I can just do handstand push-ups anywhere I go. Part of the appeal of handstand push-ups. You can just do handstand push-ups wherever you are, anytime. Just great. I'm a spiritual dude, enlightened to a point. Sure. I think if if a person's playing music like to some degree, to some level, or is like improvising and creating music to such a degree, they're probably on some sort of spiritual path. It's almost, I don't think it's possible, truthfully, not to like stroke my own ego or throw that ultimatum out there, but if a guy is able to play like proficiently at music, they've probably attained something. They've done something right. It's just, I don't know. I haven't met many musicians that are like good musicians that are just straight up closed minded. Whatever. Thank you. Appreciate that, Violet. Appreciate. To be honest, I don't drink much water. Yes, yes. Yeah, bro. No, and weirdly enough, indirectly or in some sort of yeah, inherently, this channel has many different intentions. You know, if you just discovered this channel, welcome to this channel. But is ashe is like an ancient spiritual word. It's a very beautiful, very significant word to myself and just in culture, right? In many different cultures, and I've sort of seen my vision with this channel is to very actively like encourage and inspire people to bridge worlds between music and like a sacred context. Like there's many different intentions of what I feel this channel is manifested into, but that's the original intention. It's like this channel was like a bridger of worlds. Like my relationship with music became this like sacred context, and it's like I could see this immediate bridge where it's like music that I would create that would open this channel, like this creative channel that was like a sacred channel that really just let me feel more connected to something that is far far more than the human experience. Like it's just beautiful. So yeah. This instrument though, this wind instrument, it definitely feels really good. Like I've always noticed, I found myself very resonant with this instrument. And I feel like it's a very spiritually connected instrument. It's also whoa, very ancient instrument. Yeah. Probably just like classical musicians could be closed-minded. That's correct. Yeah, that being said, strangely enough, that's being said, I wouldn't consider a classical musician like really a developed, like proficient musician. They may be technical. They could be like technical to a T. Maybe yeah, like a concert violinist or classical guitar player, but most musicians in this world, if you were to force someone to be a classical guitar player or a jazz guitar player, like a jazz competitor, you know, a competitive guitar player, or something like that from their entire life, they're eventually gonna burn out creatively. Like they're gonna stagnate and just be like, this is horrendous. Or they're going to open up another door, and maybe hopefully have some sort of breakthrough. But you're correct. There's some people, I'm sure, that walk the path of like a one-dimensional, like strict, uh, like technician type, musician type, and that's a sad life, I must say. I must say that sounds unfortunate. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You should pin the water comment for people to join the stream. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I haven't put a lot of thought into pinning comments, but I'm sure that's a good one. Let people know that they're stay hydrated, at least for a period. Give them that perspective. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I almost think if there's musicians out there that are like heavily focused on the technical dimensions of it, like they're doing crazy, technical stuff, but they don't feel connected on deeper level. I think that speaks more to their failure to achieve true artistry. Like, as an artist, they failed to like tap into what it means to be an artist. As a musician is an artist, obviously, they're a creative expressionist. It's like they've fundamentally, as a human being, failed to tap into that deeper dimension of what it actually means to be an artist, and that sucks. And that's almost, I'll be honest, that's almost like an anomaly that you meet people that are, musicians or dancers or creatives that have somehow not truly accessed or tapped into the deeper reason of why they're an artist in the first place. Which, in many rights, is just to be raw and authentic. It's to embrace the authentic human experience and all of its imperfections. I don't know, but that's always baffled me. I'll be honest, like, for some people, that's, because, the way I see it is part of the powerful magic of artistry, of art, of expression, is your ability to transmute raw emotions. Like, I say this probably, like, once a day. But it's like, the ability to transmute what you feel. Like, you're like, I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling happy, I'm feeling turmoilic, I'm feeling angry, or whatever you feel, right? You're transmuting that energy into art, often more than not. Whether it's through a guitar expression or like a vocal piece or whatever it is. And I think that's the fundamental application of, creative expression. And if there's a person that somehow bypassed that, they've somehow failed to process that, they failed to process their emotions on a raw level and really direct that into their art form, then yeah, that's a very rare, almost like a model. They've broken the model of what it even means to sort of express themselves, or they've suppressed the authentic emotional experience that wanted to manifest. That sucks. That seems like a hell. Yeah, it seems like a true yeah, hell. They technically play technically, but they don't play with the soul. Yeah, facts. The beeswax that's planted upon the world stops the splinters in one's lips. Interesting. I like that. Yeah. Never heard that. The beeswax. Uncle played in an orchestra, but he did it just for the job. Yeah, hey? That's... Yeah. That's bizarre. Like, that's the thing, is like, that's... I'm sure your uncle, like, to this day, he's got... I commend that he did that. Like, that's a trait in his... That's an accomplishment to, like, all right, I've developed some level of discipline and proficiency to apply themselves on a level. But yeah, that's sad that if he could admit that he doesn't like playing, like, he's like, I do this because I make money and it helps me do the things I actually like, or whatever his narrative, but he's in the sense sacrificed an authentic, like, genuine cathartic connection, or a genuine authentic connection to music. That's not a worthy sacrifice. Like, some part of him in his life, he created such a powerful mental block or a creative block where he convinced himself that it's worth sacrificing the love of doing something, and that sucks. That's sad. I'm sure that's going to manifest as some sort of mental pathology. But even if it did, then you could express about it. You got a mental pathology about, how suppressed you are wanting to express yourself on your instrument, or how much you dislike an instrument, then you can give yourself permission to make beautiful music or art about that. I mean, everything seems to circle around this nowadays, but I think in the simplest way, you know, artists or people that are in that category, they just need to, maybe do some psychedelics. Sit with some altered states of consciousness. Maybe not psychedelics if that's not your cup of tea, but I highly would say that is the cup of tea. But um, yeah, just like, if a person doesn't know how to access their authentic emotional experience because they're so heavily programmed, they're just drowning under the weight of the societal programming, then yes, an altered state, a spiritual experience, whether that's psychedelics or not, that's going to successfully facilitate that. That's going to let you penetrate and just feel your emotions. Oh, oh yeah. Looks like my preamp is officially, the batteries on it are dead. They are fully dead. You know what that means, though? Is this a Steam costume? A stream costume? No, actually. Yeah. I wear this literally every day, all the time, always. I've only been a streamer for 5 months, and I've dressed this way for like 14 years. So yeah, this is just who I am, brother. Yeah. I literally dress this way every day, all the time, everywhere. Maybe sometimes if I'm in the gym, I won't rock the hat, but I just got the hat 6 days ago, or a week or something ago. That's kind of funny to think, though. That's funny to think about. I mean, all the power to people if people are streamers who wear costumes. I'm sure that's a thing. Honestly, bro, like if I'm being super transparent, I don't know anything about streamers. I don't watch streamers. I just became one because I just wanted to be a YouTuber and was like, you know what? Let's use the stream function and go live. And I realized that I like it and I'm good at it or whatever. But a lot of the stream community, the stream paradigm or the hustle, the grind, the whatever, the stigma, it's kind of depressing. Like it seems like a lot of people probably should not be streamers. They probably shouldn't be doing whatever they're doing and fixating on being a streamer. It's like, I don't know. I'm just a streamer because this is YouTube rocks and I'm growing a business and I want to share music and share my truth. But I don't know if everyone should just fixate on being a streamer. It seems to be a weird trend. It seems. But hey, if it makes people happy, then that's all that matters. Wow, okay, I'm gonna hit this. Yeah. And truthfully, I'm only streaming like, so often, like 2, 3, 4 hours a day, sometimes more, 5, 6 hours a day. Cause I'm on that grind to get 4,000 watch hours. We're on getting monetization, baby. And who knows, I'll probably stream for a few hours a day at least once I'm monetized, but I'm on a grind, a very particular mission where I'm like, all right, we want to hit those 4K watch hours. And it's going to take a lot of time, to grind it out if I want to do it in ample time. And that's the beauty though. That's the grind of being a paid YouTuber. You got to grind it out to get monetized, and once you're grinded, you never have to do it again in your life. At least not the same grind. Okay, we got guitar rig. Guitar rig. Guitar rig. Beautiful. And we got echo lead. Let's see how this works. I don't know, something's going on. Flip that. Whoa, yeah. Oh. Something weird's going on here. So we're on the second audio. It's plugged. Nice. What are the watch hours at? How many watch hours do I have? I'm at 2200. 2200, yeah. And I usually get about 40 to 50 watch hours per stream. Lately, I've been sometimes getting like 60 or 70, but yeah. So it's a grind. It's a grind. I got to get 4K, to get monetized. And then, yeah, and I'm at like 22, maybe like 21 and a half hundred. So 2150. It's weird because they update. I have to just do the math, but they update. It takes 7 days or 5 days to update. So yeah, if I done the math right, I'm about 2200 hours. So I'm pretty close. Yeah, it'll probably take me about 5 weeks. 5 weeks of streaming. Two, maybe one successful stream a day. So one that gets me like 50 watch hours. Maybe two if I'm really feeling, grinding it out. Then it'll happen faster, but it'll probably take me about 5 weeks and I'll be at 4K. Maybe a little sooner. Maybe probably sooner actually, but I don't know. And then of course if I have a long format YouTube blow up. Oh damn. Dang it. Knocking over speakers. But if I blow up one long format YouTube video or just get one that gets a little bit of traction, which who knows, I don't know how that's going to happen or if that's going to happen ever, but yeah, then I can accelerate that process. Yeah, just over halfway. Honestly, pretty good. Like genuinely, the beauty of being a live streamer in the YouTube realm is everything's in your hands. You're not sitting around, hoping and rolling those dice and be like, all right, come on, YouTube algorithm, give me some gold. I don't do that. Like, I grind. I'm like building it. And I think it's better that way because you actually, not only is everything in your hands, like the power's in your hands to actually grow your channel, you also get the duo win of growing a community that's engaged, that actually is growing and building your viewership on stream. So when you do get monetized, you're not just juggling a random roll of a dice that you maybe one day get some views and maybe long format will blow up, maybe it won't, and maybe in a 7-8 month time you'll get a viewership. No, it's like for me, my viewership is being established. So the second I get monetized, I'll probably be juggling like 4 or 5K views on my live streams at least, which will immediately translate. So I don't know. It's a worthy grind is all I'm saying. It's a worthy grind. I think I need my other guitar pick. I need the thinner guy. It's somewhere. Just gotta find the guitar pick. Huh. Oh yes, I know where I put it. What's that? Right. It's right there. Yeah, but I must say, like, no matter how the process unravels, insanely grateful. Like, doesn't matter, in the inevitable stride or dips and falls or whatever happens. Like, I've been in this place where I've been grinding YouTube with zero tangible evidence that I would succeed for most of this journey. Like, that's the bizarre thing, is it's been like a grind of being like, oh yeah, pure confidence, pure belief in my ability for many months. Like, I've been a YouTuber for 8 months, right? 8 months, 8.5 months probably coming up, right? Grinding out shorts, grinding out YouTube long formats, started doing live streaming about 6 months ago. For probably like 3 or 4 of those 6 months, I got like 10 views. 10 views, maybe like 30 views if I'm lucky. And I'd be sitting there in the forest alone, just playing guitar, being like, just, okay, I'm doing this for myself, growing subscribers very slowly. And there was 1 week where I randomly blew up to like maybe 1,000 views, and I was like, whoa, from going from like 10 views to 1,000, that was like a little burst. And then in 2 weeks period, I grinded out streams every single day for multiple hours, and I grew from like 150 subscribers to about 800. And then it took me another like month or something to get from 800 to 1,000. And then once I hit the 1,000 mark, it slowed down, and then after a steady week, it went back up, and that's about a month ago. Last month, my channel has been consistent. It went from 1,000 to right about just 1.5K consistently, and it's not even about now the subscribers. I love the subscribers. I love the people I've been drawing in and attracting and creating in this community, because that's what it's all been about from the start. Is I want to attract like-minded individuals that genuinely resonate with my mission and my vision as a YouTuber. With the content, the guitar, fellow guitarists, fellow, like-minded free thinkers, and etc. Like, I've never been about, I'm very honest, where I don't desire to just attract people, and I invite people, to exit this stream, to not follow this channel if they don't really resonate with this channel, because I want to have a quality of people, and it's I want the YouTube algorithm to do its thing. I want it to like find my audience organically, and that's been the way it's been for a long ass time. It's crazy though. I swear, like, even just reflecting on that, right? Do a cartwheel, the ratchet of delinquent trolls. Damn. Yeah, hey. I haven't seen. We haven't had a lot of trolls. We've had people that I've kind of sent on their way respectfully, but absolutely the ratchet. I kind of spoke like this. I remember the way I articulated yesterday was like something like, I was like, what was it? I'm like, okay, that's cool. If you're not resonating with this audience, you're not a devoted musician, creative expressionist, free thinker, whatever. That's cool, bro. Just, go find your brain rot AI slop, creator. Like, go find that homie, and like, I know that's your thing. Go find him or whatever. I think that's what I said. And it's like, that's the weird ass conscience. I don't consume YouTube streams or other YouTubers. I consume YouTube as a whole, but I don't watch streams in any sort of social media context. But I've heard only things, and I don't like it to hear these things. But the brain rot AI slop culture that seems to be floating around in the content sphere, it sucks. Like, it's some silver lining is I realized this early on, that yes, this is the YouTube sphere needs like authentic creators, and needs real world humans that have real value and intentions that they want to bring to the YouTube sphere. Like, we're in a very weird time where the competition could not be lower. It's like the bar could not be lower, it seems, for content. It doesn't mean that everyone's going to succeed. Probably no one. It's going to mean even less people will succeed. But it's nice to see that if what I'm doing is resonating, it makes me more confident in my mission to just be a authentic creator. Just do the musician thing, and know that my competition probably isn't that fierce. Unfortunately, I don't like AI, to be honest, but it seems to be everywhere nowadays. If I try to avoid it, yeah. Yeah, just a musician plays fabulous. As one, as million. Nice. A musician plays just as fabulous as one. Absolutely, brother. I mean, it's funny, like, the first, you can see, if you go back into my long format YouTube, the one video that I released that's, it's like an Osho kind of quote that I called the song. I called it, what is it? We were born alone and we die alone. It's a song I wrote that was an improvised piece. Strangely enough, the song itself actually got cut short. There was a longer segment of that of that improvised session that was way more beautiful, way more intricate, and honestly was just better, but the sound didn't work out. But anyways, that song, We Are Born Alone, We Are Dying Alone, improvised one take composition, that was a composition that I did when I was like 50 subscribers or like 70 subscribers in, when I had zero audience. And I remember that feeling. I was taking that raw feeling, being like, damn, like, even if no one's watching, doesn't matter. And I just sat in the forest alone and just played guitar. It was like pure pouring out that pure raw emotion of being like feeling alone, but processing it, being like it's okay. Like aloneness is our nature. Aloneness is beautiful. And then I wrote that kind of composition piece or improvised it. And it's interesting because reflecting back on that, it's hilarious. Where it's like, there it is, me. It's a beautiful little composition, right? And I'm just chilling in the forest alone. It was from a live stream piece. That was me, just live alone with like two people watching. And yeah, it's a nice thing to look back on. A lot has happened in that period. Still gotta warm up these fingers on the electric, but yeah. Brain rot sloth. Yeah, brain rot sloth. I mean, it's brain. It's great. It's great. Well, we gotta. Sometimes we just gotta laugh at all the nonsense of the AI realms. I try not to think about it, to be honest. I remember someone was asking me something like my honest opinions about AI or something, or where it's gonna take music, and which I think about, sometimes for the sake of conceptualization. But I think honestly, in many rights, it is just wise not to think about it. Like in a simple sense, be present with what it means to be a musician, to be an artist, a creator, or whatever you find you are within this realm. In the now, right? As we are, as it is once, as it is now, right? As we are. And focus that, focus and nurture the humanity within it. Because yes, in the coming years, I mean, hopefully it doesn't, regress and devolve humanity as a whole, but it's going to go in a really bizarre direction. And, yeah. My harmonics are not aligned at all right now. There they are. I think I need to master this a little bit. Little bit. I love it though. It's like, yeah. Yeah, brain rots, sloths, a brain rot slop, like AI slop. It's a lot, bro. So deep, self-taught. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Most of what I understand musically is all, yeah, it's all just self-taught. I was at Lon McQuaid for 2.5 years, from like age like 10 to 3 or 13. 10 to 13 to Lama Quaid, but yeah, I love electric, but truly my specialty is always, it will always be acoustic guitar. You know, all the time and energy and love that these last 10 years have translated from the acoustic guitar realms, but I like to shred and, honor my younger self, but yeah. So bass is only successful when you rock your neighbor's shells. I agree with that. I agree with that testament. On a giant tube amp, and if you tune it half volume down, it shakes the home. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I live in a strata now, so I don't have that leisure to like blast music. When I was a teenager, I had a like giant. The house I had like a massive basement that was an unfinished basement, and I could play music as loud as I fucking want. I had a massive amp. That was actually my dad's. It was a huge bass amp. Didn't sound that good, but it was loud as fuck, and that was fun. Sorry, what? Yeah, that's great though. Honestly, bass is just beautiful. Like the actual, yeah, the clear bass. Yeah, sure. Offer a suggestion to that. Oi, 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 oi. That's just helping my twin with some. Nice, we got 50, the big 5-0. That's a good omen. 50 big thumbs up. Wow. Bass is only for successful when you rock your neighbor's shells. Yeah, cold hard facts. Bow. True trust is unconditional. It simply says that I have the quality which trusts. The whole quote was very beautiful. I'm trying to find it. There we are. Now it is irrelevant what happens to my trust, whether it is respected or not, whether it is deceived or not. That is not the point at all. Trust has nothing to do with the object of trust. It has something to do with your inner quality. Can you trust? Osho. Trust simply means that whatever happens, we are with it joyously, not reluctantly, not unwillingly. Oh, I can hear myself speak. That's weird. Let's not be on the stream at the same time. Oh, yeah, let's just not do that. Hello, welcome. People kinder match twins' names. Your name is Ryan, your brother's name is Brian. No. I don't know why everyone assumes it's that immediately. Nah, his is Brandon. It's Brandon. It's Ryan and Brandon. Yeah. Sometimes people just call me Brian, or it's both Brian, or I don't know. They just call us nothing because they just don't know what to call us. And they say, random terms. That's the thing, is being a twin, it's kind of humbling. Not even humbling, I mean, it is humbling, but it teaches you that names don't necessarily matter that much. I've had a lifetime of people just call me the wrong name, and to a point, I just didn't care. I was like, yeah, I don't really care if people call me the wrong name, right? You did nail it. Yeah, you got the first... This was the red one. Yeah, I need to get some batteries to fuel my beautiful preamp. That's what I need. That's what I need in my life. Some batteries. And a second. Yeah. Hell yeah. There's my pick. There it is. Damn. Magic. Wow, these 2.5 hours, or 2 hours and 40 minutes, they've just flown by, man. I swear, these streams lately just fly by. It seems that time just disappears for a majority of these streams. It's wild. It's wild. It's great. Just reminds us how time is just genuinely not real. I despise punctuation. Interesting. Punctuation. I mean, sure. I think it's weird when people fixate on, all the little in and outs of grammar and etc. But I don't know. I love the English language. Like, I really love the nuances and almost like just the ability to articulate and just explore all the nuances, of English. I've always loved it. I mean, obviously English, or language as a whole, it's not even just English. It's like, I like communication. I love like being a student of communication and understanding comprehension. There's just so much interesting stuff related to English. Yeah, I don't know. It's dope. Yo, I'll take it, bro. The guru musician. That's hey man, yeah, it's that's a powerfully yeah, it's high praise. Oh man. I definitely probably gotta probably take a break in the next like 10 minutes or so. We'll probably wrap the stream up at around 3 hours. You know, allow ourselves to just be human, do some human stuff. Maybe sit in the forest, do some qigong. That feels like the move because it's beautiful and sunny out. Damn though, it's so great. It's so beautiful out. Like it's literally like blue skies right now. Just wild. Appreciate you chiming in though, brother. Light within. We're just achieving watch hours, unlocking those beautiful watch hours, growing the community, setting boundaries, writing music. I've had a successful morning. I spent a lot of time editing videos, namely like videos that I was working on the last day, where I created a couple songs, like meditative sound journey type songs. And yeah, I just like edited them, created little videos for them, and here we are. Yeah. Yeah, the one seemed to didn't get very far, but that's okay. You know, long format YouTube is a weird, ambiguous journey, but I think too the one I'm going to release tomorrow is a lot more refined. It's a very developed sound. I'm excited for that. It's a great optical illusion. It's like such a beautiful orb. It's a great thing. Even more in real life, it's just even more enjoyable. And the algorithm seems to really favor it. It's like suddenly, it's like, dang. I gotta focus though a lot. Gotta focus. Super fun at raves though. Very fun at raves. It's like you capture all the dimensions of the lights and all the people around you, and then you're just doing this little weird floating orb. Super fun. I love it. Always a gay Tony from GTA. Wow. I I don't think so, brother. Honestly, I've been to a lot of raves, like a lot of raves, especially in the last several months, and I not one gay Tony. And maybe you're just not going to the right raves. Maybe you're stumbling into, I don't know if this is just your assumption, but maybe you're going to raves that are, yeah, not like the real cool raves, because like genuine like underground like happening raves where they're like really dope electronic music. It's yeah, there's just dope artists, performance artists, radiant, beautiful human beings everywhere, and not a lot of people that fit that gay Tony stereotype. Word. Boston, Massachusetts. Brutal. Word. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, in Vancouver, the scene is massive, and I honestly like. It's honestly funny. Like the raves that I go to. I mean, I've been in the scene for a long time. It's like, I mean, not to like flex or kind of paint some irrelevant picture, but you're surrounded by like gorgeous women 90% of the time. Like there's just like there's a mixture of men that are just chilling. Some people that are just there to party. But if you're going to like the high tier, like really dope bass music shows, you're in a sea of really phenomenal human beings, and a lot of them are just like really radiant, like performer, dancer, expressive artist types. They're everywhere, and I'm about it. It's a nice energy. improved a lot playing pen flute. Thank you, brother. I've been very inspired for this pen flute. It comes in waves where it's like sometimes I'm just like so in it. Have I gone on a walk today? Have I gone on a walk today? I have not. Yeah, that's part of what I'm gonna do in the next like 5-10 minutes once I end the stream. Once we hit about 3 hours, I'll go for a nice walk. I should. I may, if it continues to be like really sunny and beautiful out, I may just do my own thing for a few hours, and before it suns or the sun sets, I might just do a stream in the forest. But we'll see. I don't know. The funny thing with the pan flute I notice is it's very much about nuances. Like, it's like the ancient style of like playing an instrument that really deviates from your standard like grid of music. But a lot of it's like if you're trying to play certain scales, you got to do very gentle nuances. Like you got to play basically like notes that are like if you're saying a particular scale, like it's like a sharp minor scale, I would say. If you're in a sharp minor, but those are really so much beauties in the sharp minors. So it's takes a lot of patience to access those. Whoa. I think I might be inspired to take a nap. Just take a nice short 40-minute power nap and then go for some sort of stroll in the woods. I went onto my walks already, about an hour and 45. Wow. That's magic, bro. I think that says a lot, bro. That says a lot about, your state of regulation. If you're just like honoring the ability to just give yourself that space, to go and just chill in the forest. Like, I think that's magical. This hat's really meant to just be, it's meant to be on this, it's meant to be like worn like this. It really is. Man, though, something that, I don't know if you guys are familiar with frankincense. I mean, you may be sort of familiar, but the scent, like the genuine scent of it, it's like if you get like a fresh rock of whoa, just fell over the place. You get some fresh rocks of frankincense, it's a resin, and you take these beautiful resins, and then you light it. It creates such a powerful, pure scent. And actually, frankincense has this natural compound in it. It's called like something morphin, and it basically is like a natural reoccurring resin that's similar, not to actual morphine, but it has like an effect that's relaxing. And then you just and it's such a pure smell, like the actual immediate thing from like a fresh frankincense rock. You take that little rock, and the feeling of just like, or the scent of just burning it fresh. It's such a pure smell. Like it's like the natural frankincense oil immediately is burning at the right temperature. And that's the thing is, apparently for frankincense, I've been told by a friend of mine that there's a perfect temperature. There's a perfect temperature you want to achieve to really let the frankincense just naturally bubble and let the oil release, without, I guess, diluting it. Don't think I always achieve it, but sometimes. Wow. I found it funny because when I first discovered this frankincense, first really discovered and spent a lot of time burning these oils and sitting with frankincense, I found myself watching Sigmund Freud, the TV show. So I remember for some reason, like this scent, these frankincense, and watching Sigmund Freud, the TV show, the Netflix series, it really just all connected. Where I was just like, wow, this one looks like almost like a skull. It's so crazy. Yeah, this is a beautiful frankincense oil. Yeah, just 1 second. Magical. Isn't the U.S. and Canadians sort of frenemies? I don't know. I don't know if that's the word I'd use. They're neighbors. They're definitely neighbors. Hola. Sorry, brother had to help me, or had to help him do something with the thing. Burn frankincense on a charcoal disc. I think that's. I use this. Wow, it's like radiating out there. It's so nice out there. I think this is the move. Take this stuff here. Some of this. Just burn some frankincense. Very ceremonial. And the radiant rays. God damn. Wow. Fresh vitamin D. It's been weeks since I've got actual sunlight. Or maybe a week. That's wild. Ah, yes, internet land. The fun, obscure, confusing land where people think it's the real world. And then they don't even realize that the real world is real. Ah, it's so nice out. This is wild. Don't even remember why we're in the real world anyways in the first place. Guess Ryan was a magician all along. He just disappeared. Yeah. I was there, brother. I was there the whole time. I was there the whole time. It was all an illusion. Isolation, illusions, yes. Very nice. Very nice. Let's do a handstand push-up for the algorithm. I don't know if we don't really need algorithmic blessings, but yeah. I'll see if this hat. Yeah. Very nice. This hat is perfect. This hat is surely meant for this. It just stays. It just stays exactly where it needs to be. What a great hat. I've never heard. I'd rather live in the Matrix. Wow. I'd rather live in the Matrix. Interesting statement. Holy shit. Such beautiful weather now. Yeah. I remember talking to a Canadian, wish I knew she were Canadian at the time. I didn't know she were Canadian. Got very offended when I asked her what part of the US she's from. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a human thing. That's a person, her problem. Not necessarily a Canadian problem. Yeah. I mean, most people immediately assume or make the connection that I'm Canadian. I don't know, for whatever reason. Maybe it's my music taste, maybe it's my dialect or whatever, but this is great. This is top tier. Oh, top tier sensory experience. 10 out of 10. Yeah, though I must say I'm extremely excited for the ocean weather, beach weather. It's among us. It's among us very soon. Hell, if I were so inclined, I could drop everything, go to the ocean today. It actually, yeah, if it's like this tomorrow, I might go to the ocean tomorrow. Was going to originally supposed to major in finance. Wow. Huh. I don't know. I always thought that's not the best idea. I mean, not the worst idea, I'm sure, if you have some rude intention, but yeah. I don't know. Each to his own, I suppose. If I were to go the academic route a million folds, I'm always was dead set in a few pathways. One is either health science, neuroscience, or music therapy. Yeah. I was also attracted to artisan carpentry for a period. I was like, you know what? I just want to make guitars. That's kind of what I was convinced I wanted to do when I was like 13 or something. And people were like, what do you want to do when you graduate high school? And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do artisan carpentry. Let's do it. But that's before I really knew, anything. Like, let's just make guitars, be happy. Make trippy furniture, which I'm sure is a beautiful life, for those that do that. What a livelihood. I'm American, I agree. Wow. England, Canadians, Americans sound the same. Yeah. We're so similar. The culture is so similar. Yeah. I mean, I think the one thing that Canadians, at least British Columbians, if we're gonna go right into British Columbians, British Columbia people have so much nature. Like we're like coded in nature, and I think Canada as a whole, I'm not sure entirely, but I know there's some beautiful elements of like, America, where they have like maybe parts are more lean into like Spanish areas where I guess Mexico's Mexico. I don't know. I'm not sure if America has the beautiful natural landscape. They have some of it, but I think Canada, particularly British Columbia, is just like, it's a natural beauty. It's a natural wonder. And I feel like having having natural beauty in your immediate sphere changes you. Like it changes the way you perceive the world. For the better, usually. But of course, there's many people that don't always have, they're surrounded by city life, or they're just like disconnected from nature in all parts. This frankincense is just going. It's just going in. It's beautiful. A family of mine just wanted to major in marine bio, but doesn't really want to pay for college. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I could go on that fly. That fly was floating. I know I could go on a tangent all day long about my opinions on academia. Academia, yeah. Nah, but I don't know. I think academic systems are very flawed. They play a role, and they're teaching you. They're teaching you something. They're teaching you to learn, right? Ideally, academic systems should be teaching you to learn. They should be offering you opportunities, or giving you some sort of powerful motivation, inspiration. But I think a lot of people, they don't understand on a deeper foundational level what it actually means to learn. You know, there's people that can leave an academic institution. Maybe they've done it since high school and jumped right into college and went right into university, and they exit their young adult life and have no idea how to learn, how to apply themselves. And damn, nice, nice, sure, yeah. I think it's what you're hearing is all my wind my wind chimes, my neighbor's wind chimes. It's all just dancing, doc. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely tell them to apply for scholarships. They should be able to study something they should enjoy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. This is not something I commonly do on these live streams. It's lie down and just meditate, or lie down and just do nothing. Whoa, something's fallen over. I switched from major, and I think that's an interesting transition, like a beautiful transition. I don't know. I mean, I had this realization, a few years back, about 3 or 4 years really. And I've known for many years that I'm attracted to performance art, like capital P performance art. Acting, dance, acrobatics, uh, music naturally of all domains. But it's like, yeah, it's interesting when you kind of get to that deeper realization of where you can see the value in all performance arts. It's like, because for many years, I was very focused on music. I was like, music is the way, it's the path, it's my path, etc. But of course, the more I've matured and evolved as a musician, as an artist, I 100% have seen how powerful, over and over and over again, the roles of all performance art realms, like all of them. Doesn't matter if you're trying to pursue one or the other particularly seriously or not. It's like they all have such powerful lessons to teach us about performance, like how to perform and put on a beautiful performance. So it's whether you're a hobbyist or recreationalist, actor or musician or dancer or whatever, or maybe you're serious in one of those domains or all of them. It's like they all have such powerful expression to offer us. And even further, as performance artists or expressionists, creatives, you can transfer your creative energy into all of them. You can apply what you know and what you love in one and apply it to them all. That's at least what I found. He's going to fall asleep. How long do you think until people just stop watching? I don't even know, Moon Stars. I was kind of commenting a moment ago. I'm like laughing. That's why I burst out laughing. Is like, this is probably the first time in all the streams I've ever done where I recognized, I was, you know what, I can, I've been streaming for also 3 hours 15 minutes, but I took a break where my twin wanted me to help him with some like screwing in a picture thing into a wall, or doing some like, it's basically some handyman stuff. But yeah, I was like, I can just lie down. I can just lie down and do nothing. It was 10 minutes behind in my side. Whoa. Wow. What was happening? What was happening 10 minutes ago? Interesting. Wow. I wonder what was, wow. I wonder what was responsible for that. But yeah, it was just interesting to sort of come to that realization where I was like, man, I actually do have free reign at moments, if I desire to just, chill. Not to say that's like the, that's the focus or the nature of the stream, but it's like, I can just lay down and just chill if I'm, wanting to enjoy the sun or meditate. And of course, still hold space for the stream, chime in. Oh, wow. Huh. Yeah, I wasn't reading a book. Yeah, I haven't been reading a book for like 20 minutes. That's part of the beauty, though. I mean, this is a meditative channel. Like it's like I do meditative type stuff. So it makes sense that, in many rights, if I just desire to like facilitate like a meditation or just like do some breath work, that's like an open invitation that is aligned with the brand. Funny enough. Or just do meditative music. 1 second, actually. I'm going to toss something into the dryer. My shoes need to be rolling. Organize the space. Magic. You were reading a book. We'll chat. How's everyone's day been? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a great question. Extending off of that, I'm curious off of what Ocean's saying. How did you guys sleep? How did you guys find yourself sleep? Was it a deep sleep? Did you find yourself have any really potent, vivid dreams, or was that the opposite case? Was the sleep deterred? Was there some, was it not a deep sleep for whatever reason? That's what I love about the pan flute. I've spoken this openly about how it almost forces you, in a beautiful way, to meditate, to be in a meditative place. You got to be in a calm, loose, meditative position. But even further, I could actually basically be in like a sleep-like trance, which I've done. If I'm sitting in a forest or a beach, or maybe at like some sort of like, I don't know, conscious sound bath medicine circle thing or something, and I'm sitting there like in a trance, or at a rave, or even at a rave that's like a really dope psychedelic rave, and I'm sitting there playing the pan flute. You can still play the pan flute when you're basically like not even really conscious. Like you can just like softly just like you can just play it so gently, where it requires like almost like very gentle meditative breaths. I often, when I play the pan flute, I'm doing like the opposite, where I'm creating like attacks. Like I'm playing around with the nuances that are very overt, but it's like what's so magical about the pan flute. And I imagine this is similar to all wind instruments, but when you really know how to do it, you can basically barely even be conscious. You can just like be so relaxed and just still playing the instrument very actively, which is magical. I really love that. It aligns with this moment. I think I'm gonna place this somewhere. I'm gonna hang this. This is not a coat. This is not around. It's just deserves attention and care. Yeah. It's like being chased, a universal feeling in nightmares for a lot of people. I had a great sleep. I dreamed was falling fall by the Reaper. Whoa. Ah. 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 Hmm. I love the weekend. More time to do fun stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's. Yeah. Today's Friday, right? Yeah. Or, yeah. Today's Friday. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. There's actually a rave. It's like a local. It's like they call them. It's like a flow jam. They call it, but it's like an indoor venue with a bunch of really dope, really gorgeous ravers that just created a community of people that just go and gather with a bunch of dope DJs. They're hosting an event later today, so I'm probably gonna take a nap at some point. I think what I might do, strangely enough, let's see on my phone. Okay, phone still has like interesting. Okay, like 30%. I might have to throw my phone on a charger or charger on my phone on a charger. Yeah, I said that right. Make some hash browns, and then I might just take this stream to the forest because we're just trying to garner watch hours, right? Ultimately, I don't know. Maybe it'd be wise to take a break, do a concentrated stream. I don't know, but we might just go into the forest and do qigong and meditate and read philosophy for a period, with the pan flute, of course, and just kind of stretch out the stream in the forest, and then take a nap, and then probably go to the rave. Yeah, raves. So I stopped experiencing vivid dreams. I decided one day I'd do some tasting of different alcohols, and they just stopped. Mmm. Wait, so you're saying you drank alcohol frequently, and that deterred your dreams, but permanently? Huh. Yeah, that checks out. That's the thing, Floyd. Um, the author Andrew Holosek, he actually said he had a very powerful experience. Basically, he said he was like Andrew Holosek's a very interesting dude. The dude that wrote this book, Lucid Dreaming book. He basically was he's a doctor, but also a professional musician. He's a professional pianist, and he said he was doing a double major in his doctorate, like to be a medical, yeah, doctorate or MD or something, alongside studying to get his PhD in music. And he was under so much stress that he had a psychotic episode, that awakened his first lucid dream. That was like a powerful, he called it like a hyper reality dream, where he entered this lucid dream and he suddenly unlocked lucid dreaming permanently. But he was so off put by the experience, like so basically traumatized by it. He was just like, this is so intense. Because he said what happened was he basically unlocked like metaphysical anomalies where he could not believe what the material world actually was. Like he said he was so astonishing and so surreal to see the formless nature of reality that it was like jarring to him. It was like traumatizing. So what he did was he drank then a bunch of alcohol. He decided, he was, I'm just going to drink alcohol every day for a week to stop the powerful lucid dreams and visionary states he was having, because he said it was too intense. And then the alcohol dimmed his experience, and then he went back to just regular studying his PhD in music and doctorate or whatever, which was mind blowing. I was like, wow, what a story! Like, this guy's a genius, and he stumbled ass backwards into lucid dreaming. As he says, it's because he was under so much existential stress in his reality that, yeah, he just like kind of broke the continuum. I don't know exactly, but then of course then he went on to devote his life's work to being a lucid dream specialist and write many books. Personally, I promote sobriety like all day long. Strangely enough, I mean, I don't really drink alcohol. I've never desired to drink alcohol. I sometimes have like a beer or maybe like a shot of rum or something, like maybe every couple months, but not when I'm dancing or partying. It's always like I rave sober, like out of principle. But when I'm at home sometimes, just, watching like a movie or playing guitar, I'll sometimes just drink a beer, just be like, you know what, let's experiment with what the useful application of alcohol is. Because I've never truly even really desired to drink alcohol. But yeah, alcohol's not good. I don't know. I don't know much about psychology. I'm pre-med. Yeah. 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 Frankly, my nervous system is trying to heal in the midst of a neurotic environment. Ah. Yeah, I'm sure that resonates. It's funny. I rarely I very, very rarely have studied. I took like psychology 1100 and psychology 12 and 1300 in college, but beyond that, I've never formally studied psychology. But weirdly enough, I don't know why, I've always had a very intuitive understanding of psychology. Like, I've always been extremely intrigued and interested about psychology. Like, I've almost like indirectly, studied and integrated and observed, like, my psyche. Like, I've psychoanalyzed, I've done various types of like gestalt therapy and all different types of things, all on my own right. It's like I'm a student of many different things, but I think I almost like resonate a lot with Carl Jung's kind of like intuitive realm of psychology, the symbolic sort of symbology of the mind. It's like psychology is not necessarily something that needs to be studied. You can study it if you desire to. And I'll be honest, as a young, student when I was younger, my brother, he did major in psychology, or at least he tried to, he minored, and he focused it, he learned about counseling, and like my twin brother. And you'll notice that, at least what I noticed, psychology can be a very slippery slope. Like, if you intellectualize psychology and you fixate on psychological models, it's almost like it equips you to become, if you're predispositioned, a kind of like a manipulator. Like, if you're specializing in psychology and you lack self-awareness or something, it can basically translate into becoming very manipulative. This is a thing that I've noticed. Obviously, that's not the caveat. People that are manipulators also have like a core wound and defense mechanism pattern that they're operating out of. That's, it's been there. But I've noticed that people that heavily focus on like the intellectualized realms of psychology, it's like they're walking a fine line between becoming a manipulative person. It's very weird. But yeah, so I almost, for many years, I had a bias about studying psychology formally. That I was like, wow, I don't know if that's the move. I mean, I've opened my heart and mind a million times over in relation to that conquest, where it's obviously not all one dimensional, but yeah, slippery slope. Some people that study psychology use it as sort of weird means to become a manipulator. This is at least what I saw in some sort of context. Wow. I can't tell if it's chemtrails or something, but there's a very beautiful, like, wave of floaty cloud. It's like a misty, floaty cloud that's kind of dispersing up here. It's very nice. It's very nice. Just floaty cloud. It's like a fog. Wow, clouds are so amazing. I could spend so much time watching clouds, and I have spent so much time watching clouds, especially on psychedelics. You know, when you're on psychedelics like LSD, often it's like clouds are just so magical, living beside the sky. Wow. Interesting. Yeah. The anatomy of the nervous system isn't actually as intriguing as you might think. Yeah? The anatomy. Sure. But the anatomy is the anatomy, brother. Like, you know, the physiological components, you know, the true, like, the physiological layers and all the way that your somatic body or your, yeah, somatic and your parasympathetic and your sympathetic and your neurological body, the way they all interweave in the nervous system is so beautiful and fascinating. But yeah, the anatomy, I don't know. The anatomy isn't, I don't know. Don't think about that. Hmm. Yeah, I have no idea. I can't tell if BTP, the way you've contextualized that. So you're either saying, fuck, could you imagine this, living this guy? I think a lot of my neighbors love everything to do with what I do, which I think that's the context you're saying. Unless you're, you know, offering some sort of backhanded compliment saying, like, oh, damn, could you imagine living with this guy? I can't make sense of your context, but yeah. But innately, all my neighbors do love me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. 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 Ah, gaslighting. Yeah. Yeah. I find that term and that application of, you know, almost like comical, like in the sense that, you know, obviously gaslighting requires like a profound amount of self-awareness. It's like a broken defense mechanism that obviously is employed in the context of manipulation, etc., etc. But it's like, I don't know. It's almost. I mean, I low key. I like to sort of just jest. It's a funny thing that you can like. I like to almost like make jokes about gaslighting with people that I'm obviously never in my wildest dreams would ever even try to gaslight. You know, just to poke holes in the little fun world of psychology. But yeah, I remember a friend of mine. She said very openly. I remember asking her because she was like very obsessed because I guess she dated like a narcissist and a manipulator, and she was like fixated and very obsessed with the psychological model. And I remember she was a friend of mine. We spent some time together, and I remember like reflecting, asking her like overtly. I was like, so what's? I was like, how does one know? Like, how do you? What's the difference between someone that possesses these like manipulative psychological models that are clearly broken versus one that's integrated it or is never operated out of this? And I think she just said, it's genuinely just self-awareness. It's always just self-awareness. Like it literally comes down to like, if you possess genuine self-awareness, you know, in everything you do, it's like you're, yeah, you just, I don't know, the way I look at it, like it's clear as day to me. I think it's like, it's all about also abundance. It's about like having a level of abundance and, you know, deep rooted sense of self and, you know, love for yourself, self-worth that's rooted in a regulated place. Like those are all core traits that obviously penetrate the broken models of like manipulative disorders and etc. But it's like, yeah, it's like I think it's interesting how self-awareness seems to be, again, as her answer, that was like the penetrating discerning thing, the differentiating factors, like self-awareness. Like if you're self-aware, you desire to learn, even if you're a person, like for example, if you're a person that's just like has manipulative tendencies, you know, it's a wound that you're trying to heal and you lack self-awareness and you fall into this from a neglected self-awareness state. It's like, you know, if a person's at least on the path, like, you know what, I know this is not something that I want to operate out of, I know this is wrong, or I know this is not the way I want to be or live my life, or etc., etc., you know, then I guess that does offer someone something deeper versus someone who's maybe so far gone, you know, maybe like a psychopath or sociopath that has no connection to what self-awareness is or even no desire because they're just so far removed that they're not practicing self-awareness in everything they do. It's just, yeah, it's interesting stuff to think about. I don't know. But long story short, yeah, I can agree. Psychological study, it seems that it can almost like, I'll be honest, I came to this conclusion as a teenager when I was watching my brother go from a guy that never studied psychology to studying psychology for many years, being surrounded by people that were obsessed with psychology. I literally saw the immediate negative, like, almost like it's like you're equipping the psyche with so much egoic, almost like weaponization of the psyche. You're like weaponizing the psyche, which is the perfect word I would say to embody that. You're weaponizing these psychological terms, these models, to a degree where if you're not profoundly self-aware, it literally becomes that. It becomes a weapon, something that is just a psychological, you know, uh, what's the word, phenomena. You then maybe would weaponize because you're filling the egoic mind with such an imbalanced, disintegrated perspective of what the psyche and the psychological models are. It's like, it's a dangerous slippery slope where it's like the psyche needs to be integrated. It needs balance. It needs visceral world experience to put things in perspective, to contextualize things, I feel. Which is it's inevitable. That's an inevitable thing for everything, right? But with with psychological study or studying psychology, which I haven't done, beyond like 2 3 years of like college, I think it really comes down to like a deep sense of integration, a deep sense of integrity, without a shadow of a doubt. But it's like if you understand how these psychological domains, this awareness, this information can be weaponized and is weaponized in our modern society, it's like you have to walk with such a deep level of awareness that I don't know if most people, or if not a lot of people, are even remotely equipped to do that. Yeah, the ego is made. It's like formulated. It's materialized in such a way, that it's almost like, this is what's bizarre, is social media is a reflection. Social media has constructed, and smartphones as an extension, they're constructed as a reflection of the human experience, of the human psyche, of the human, um how do we say, there's a word for it, but basically, like, it's the human, like, the bio patterns, the neural patterns. It's a reflection of it, right? Of the human ego, the human, flaw, the human beast. Social media is a reflection of that. And what I think is interesting is social media as a whole is obviously, it's a sophisticated, ever evolving, ever adaptive entity. As is AI is a similar realm, but it's like social media is basically, and smartphones, again, the larger capital component of this is smartphones. It's a constantly evolving, ever sophisticated entity that we have created that is a reflection of the human experience, of the human psyche, right? What is bizarre about that is, yes, humans are flawed. Humans experience egoic filters and perceptions, right? And then we introduce the smartphone, the social media realm. We have those that are literally just mirroring the human, tendencies and whatever the components of the human experience and the psyche. But the technology, like the smartphone, the social media realms, they are like a rapidly evolving, continuously evolving. Again, like it's a sophisticated technology, if you will, that is constantly responding to how we respond to it, and then responding to all humans on a capital level, and it's learning and then reflecting and learning, reflecting and refining and sophisticating. And that's also how it's, you know, manipulating us. That's how it's successfully able to always, in some right, successfully, um, basically what I'm talking about is, what's the word? Not cultural conditioning, but social engineering. It socially engineers us as we socially engineer or reflect our social engineering into it, and it learns. But the problem with it is it's like receiving our social engineering, our social conditioning. It's receiving that, mirroring it back to us, but from this constantly evolving, constantly adaptive thing, this technology that is, social media, or is the computer, I guess. It's just insane. What I guess I'm simply saying is it's important to be conscious of how advanced technology is going to become, has become already, and it is only reflecting us. It's basically just a perfect mirror of like, oh wow, how flawed is society and humanity, and our flaws, our ego, our, whatever we are. It's like it's just mirroring us in a perfect way that's going to expose to us all of our flaws and mirror it infinitefold. It's just weird. I don't know. I didn't articulate that perfectly, but I know for a fact it's a thing. When I was on a lot of LSD many, many years back, I came to this deep conclusion about what phones are, the role they play. And I actually read a book, a beautiful book that articulated this exact thing. They had a whole book that was about this, which is not surprising. But it was a book basically explaining about the social engineering, and I forget the word they said. They had a very beautiful word that basically is talking about our relationship, like the relationship we as bio beings, as human beings, as a biological being, how that is received by, a phone, by social media, and how we're creating basically this what is it, relationship, the relationship that we're forming. It's like a codependent, not even codependent, it's a relationship that we've formed that is developing something very very unique, but also very dangerous. You know, it makes perfect sense. Like if you really think about it, like in a very simple way, it's kind of just mirroring back to us how dangerous the human beast is, and technology will do it perfectly. It will reveal us, expose to us how fucked up we are, and it will do a much better job than we could ever begin to imagine, because it's studying our patterns, it's studying everything that we are, and yeah, it's wild, super wild. I don't know. Hey buddy, your channel's awesome. Thank you for sharing your faith journey. Nice. Interesting. I mean, thank you. Thank you for the comments and the compliment, brother. Yes. I've never, that's interesting. I've never used that wording, my faith journey. That sounds like something people would try to associate with some sort of dogmatic religion, but I'm happy to share my journey, brother, as a musician, philosopher, new content creator, just a dude that's trying to really just go deep. But yeah, I'll take that with a grain of salt. Humans are walking contradictions. Bunch of beautiful and horrible creators. Gotta take the Cleveland show, for example. Damn. You're just firing at the Cleveland show. Hey, man, yeah. I don't even know. I've never seen the Cleveland show too much. I watched it a little bit, but I haven't watched like Family Guy and Cleveland show type stuff in a long time. Yeah, the faith journey, the spiritual journey. That's the context that I sort of attributed. Thank you, brother. It's exactly. I'm. Yeah, I think it's powerful. When we as humans can honor each other's journey. Like, it sounds very poetic, kind of, but seriously, it's like, even when I say those words, I think distinctly of different musicians, different human beings that I've looked at in my life over the last few years that I romanticize, like that I love, that I'm like, these are human beings that have actually allowed me to fall in love with spirituality, with a divine context, even when I didn't really understand necessarily what that meant. And I think it's important, strangely enough, I think it's important to have good role models, good embodiments of whatever it is we desire to become, and just reflect that against each other. Be like, hey, like, this is making me love life. This is helping me connect more as a musician, XYZ, and continuing to mirror that. Like, it's like, in the simplest right, it's like romanticizing the divine. I spoke of that a lot for a number of years, right? I wish I read more on the nervous system. There's lots of good information out there. There's lots, surely, of good information out there about the nervous system, I feel. No, we're all on a journey. It's just like Skyrim in my mind. It's a marathon. Nice. Mmm. Just in private and never share. Wow. That's beautiful, brother. It's true. I mean, I'm so new. Like, I'm so surely new to actually, like, being received. Like, that's the trippy part. I mean, I'm received by, my immediate community in British Columbia, is to some degree. To some degree, really. Very limited degree. I'm received maybe by romantic partners, in the context that we open each other up. But, yeah, I've only been on this quest for the last, like, really 6 months, truthfully. 6, 7, 8 months of, like, actually trying to, like, create a massive portal that is me just trying to be authentic and transparent and just share what I've noticed has allowed me to fall more in love with life. Music is the core part of it. Like, music is the binding element of this channel. But yeah, I appreciate that though, Billy. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah. Oh, rubilitis. Yeah. It's I'm sure I'm assuming by the context, yeah, homie was saying something about jobs. I don't know. I find that's a funny. I don't know. I could laugh all day long at and find amusement in people's, retorts or misconceptions about jobs and this, that, the other thing is like, man, yeah, it's a lot. It's a funny thing because it's the inevitable fact. I'm literally right on par to making more than most full-time jobs. Not that I have ever had that strict intention, but when I do things like, say, grow a YouTube channel, I'm putting everything into it. My heart, my soul, years and years of visions and intentions. So I'm on the right track. It's gonna go well. It's already going beautifully. But yeah, this is like a job that is my full-time, like, devotion. But that being said, I've I work in the film industry. I've been I've been learning to split open job paradigms for many years now. Like, I've never been one to really openly subscribe to regular job constructs. Like, even when I used to work full-time jobs, I've worked in kitchens for many years, I've worked in warehouses, I've worked in as a mover, I've worked as a renovation guy, I've worked as a shipper. I've done regular jobs, like many years of regular jobs. But even when I did those regular jobs, right? It's like this thing I've heard. Stop enriching me with your stupidity. Nice. You seem cool. Honestly, I'd smoke up. Hey, thank you, brother. I don't actually smoke weed anymore, but that's high praise. I loved weed a lot when I smoked it, and honestly, that's a huge part of what I enjoy about weed. Is like, yeah, I used to smoke so much with with friends. It just makes you just like, you know, human to human, heart to heart. But yeah, genuinely, it's like, honestly, what blows my mind is most people, they almost get offended or triggered where they're like, oh, damn, here's someone living their dream or trying to live their dream even. It's like, and they're just like, whoa, damn, what is that? Why? Let's try to figure this out, which is, that's okay. Like, that's actually normal, right? I would say. But that's the bizarre thing is I'm a incredibly hardworking dude. I've worked many different jobs, but I've also been profoundly honest with myself every step along the way. I would work jobs like before COVID. I was burning myself out to a T, right? Where I was working a full-time job, well, more like part-time, full-time, like 3, sometimes 4 days a week in a shipping company for CBD dog treats. Best job I've ever had, truthfully, as a like normie job, except for film. So I don't know, not the best job I've ever had, but it's a good job. But basically, and I was training martial arts 3 to 4 days a week, while also doing schooling 3 days a week, while also juggling, being an artist, trying to spend time developing artistry. And yeah, basically, when I worked full-time jobs, like, I started working the second that the day I turned 14, I got my first job. I worked at Tim Hortons for about 4 years. And yeah, every single time I've ever had a job, I've done the same thing. I work a job, so I make a bunch of money. I save every dollar I have, so then I can basically afford to not work for periods of like multiple months. And what I do with those months is I grind. I train martial arts full time. I write music. I do the shit that I actually want to do with my life. I've been doing that for like 10 years. So now, yeah, I'm in a place where I don't work a normal job. I work in the film industry. I work in commercial gigs where I'll sometimes get paid like $1,000 for like 2 days. And I'm working hard. It's a commercial. I mean, not that hard, but it's like for film industry stuff. But the idea is that's been my job for, a couple years now. But now I'm in the place where I am in the perfect position in my life to grow a YouTube channel. Like in every metric, I have the money saved, I have the time, I have the passion, I have the skills, I'm equipped. It's almost like the universe has perfectly delivered this alignment for me to succeed as a YouTuber. It's powerful. And even further, like you may or may not have heard this story. The only reason I grew my YouTube channel, the reason I actually started and went full in is I injured myself. If you've heard this on my stream or been regular on the stream, be happy you can find a job in this region. Yeah. Oh yeah, I wouldn't take that for granted, dog. I would not take that for granted. I'm in Canada. It's it's first world problems. But no matter. Yeah, in Canada, it's also, I don't know if you're familiar with British Columbia, friend, une masse. British Columbia's economy is fucked. Like, it's really fucked. Everything, the housing market is insane. Like, insane. Mainly in the lower mainland, which is where I'm at. But, I'm fortunate with my living situation, with my job situation, but most people who live in the lower mainland are struggling. Artists are struggling without a shadow of a doubt. But, yeah, all that being said, I'm a strong believer, like a strong believer that our beliefs are the foundation of everything. Our beliefs about money, our beliefs about XYZ discipline, like, you succeed in your mind way before you succeed in any sort of monetary metric. This is the absolute truth. I've seen this in millionfold. You'll probably have business owner, guru, success, this, that, tell you the same thing, and it's true. You will succeed in your mind way before you succeed in any sort of monetary metric. And the opposite is also true. You've failed way before you've ever even begun to, go on the journey. But failure is okay. No one should fear failure or treat it like it's some sort of extreme thing. But anyways, what I was simply saying is I injured myself. I basically became crippled for about 7-8 weeks. I was like, couldn't move my arm. I was training for a music festival that I was performing, getting paid to perform, do this. I was training J-step into backflip, did a backflip wrong, even though I did this trick for 8 months, pretty much 5-6 times a day, flawlessly. The ground was unlevel. I did something, I don't even remember. It was such a weird, surreal experience that I injured my clavicle. And I basically couldn't play guitar. I couldn't do anything physical except for play guitar. I had the ability to play guitar. I couldn't train. I could barely get around without being in pain. So what I did was I decided, okay, beautiful. I'm going to spend every waking moment, an hour, for this next, X amount of time until my injury's healed, growing my YouTube. And that's what I did. And that's how from zero to basically the moment where I blew up occurred. I was injured. I had no choice, but the universe powerfully redirected me, forced me to spend every given part of my energy and my time into growing the YouTube channel that I desire. I was like thinking about growing it. I was like, okay, I know I probably should focus it, or I should, this is when I was like 20 subscribers and I just started the channel, but the timing could not have been better. When I injured myself, I was fully committed. All I could do was play guitar. So I did that. Played guitar 4 hours a day at least. I started grinding out every given thing I could do related to YouTube. And fortunately, it translated well. In that period, healed my injury. I've been healed for months now. But my channel is now, the momentum never died. It's gone. It started and it powerfully catapulted me into my YouTube success. I mean, it's successful, but it's like, I'm still far from where I need to be. But that's the absolute bizarre reality is I injured myself, so I had no other option but to grow my YouTube. It was literally like almost out of pure survival. I had to play guitar, grow my YouTube, because I couldn't do anything else. And I do a lot of stuff. I was training to go to a festival and do acrobatic performance. This was the contrast. I was in from a place where I had so much body freedom, where I was doing flips on stages and doing handstand push-ups and with fire props, and I was like, doing crazy shit. And then I was debilitated. I was crippled. Couldn't move barely at all. But I instantly was like, all right, this is a universal alignment. I trusted in in a fraction of a second. Even I remember the fraction of a second that I fell after I injured myself. I had big bloody scrape on my face, massive bruise, couldn't move my arm. I immediately surrendered. I was like, beautiful. Okay. Like I was like, I just accepted it. I was like, I accepted that this happened. And I immediately, in like a quarter of a second, I'm going to spend all my time now just playing guitar, growing my YouTube. And it worked out. It's very weird. Like, it worked out so beautifully, even though the actual experience was debilitating. Like, it sucked. It sucked to be in that much pain, but I really saw it as a very powerful place to just flip everything, use the universe, and trust the universe. And honestly, now my life's never been better than ever. I've never been more inspired, more happy. I've aligned so many beautiful things in my life, and I'm right on track to, succeed for the next X amount of years of my life. And that occurred from that pivotal moment of injuring myself. Like, it's very weird, but, it's a thing. The mind. Be happy. You can even find something, then it's awesome. Thank you, dog. Strangely enough, I think part of why this channel has worked out has almost like, and I speak of this, often. I like to speak of like the quantum and quantum shifts and anomalies and XYZ. But there has been so many like powerful alignments that have brought me to be a YouTuber. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. It's like I speak openly of intention and etc. But I couldn't even begin to like express how like bizarre and almost like anomalic all the things that have aligned, that have guided me to be a YouTuber. Like the signs, the symbols from the universe, like be it the moment of like conception of 0 to 8 months from injuring myself, be it the the years of realizing that this was the move, and having these visions and all these weird things that align to this moment. It's like, it's powerful. It's like it was clearly a very sacred alignment, if you will. It's good stuff. My friend broke his leg. YouTube walking tours kept him sane. Yeah. Absolutely, dude. I love YouTube. I speak of this openly. When the pandemic happened, I swear, YouTube, like exploring YouTubers, that's also, I fell in love with YouTube, decided to become a YouTuber. I was exploring so many YouTubers. That was keeping me so sane. Like, I swear, I spent so much time just like studying YouTube, but like studying YouTubers, falling in love with different YouTubers that were going on powerful journeys and, psychedelic conquests and philosophical conquests and self-development journeys. It was all of that. Like, I am deeply in debt to the YouTube community in such a powerful way, where I like, without a shadow of a doubt, it feels like a high honor to be a part of the YouTube community. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, I've like loved it for many years. And I've always like, I've been on this quest that just like romanticizes YouTube. So to be in that part where I'm like, oh yeah, I get to be a YouTuber, do YouTuber stuff, that shit's dope. Where I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Like, it excites me so much. It's great. And then I get to pass on the torch, Why is my hat sideways? It's because that's the way, brother. I bought this hat, and I decided this is the way the hat was meant to be worn. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. I don't think wearing the hat the whatever direction you'd think it is, that's not it, bro. That's not it. No, this is genuinely like the balance, when you wear it on such a way where this is balanced, this feels right. Yeah, this is the way This is the way the hat was meant to be worn in my eyes. Yeah, that's a part of it. It's customized. The brim's been customized. The size of the top hat. It's all been customized in a very. I just chose to have it this way. It's dope. But for some reason, when I bought this hat, it didn't make sense to wear it any other way but like this. Like it was like this was the perfect reflection or expression of that. Man, I don't even want to add that. It's so beautiful out here. I feel like I can charge the phone from here. This is yeah. Nice. I think this is perfect. Pop this and that, maybe. I think that's, yeah. Highly recommend if anyone watching has the desire to make a hat, craft a hat, and it takes time to sort of research and figure out what you're going for, but it's a worthy endeavor. Truthfully, it's great. Ah, the sun's hiding now. Magic. My thank you. It feels right. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to close off by kind of just reading some of this philosophy, and we're at the 4-hour mark, so I feel this is probably the time. I'm going to make some hash browns, probably do some qigong, maybe do a cold plunge, figure out how I'm going to approach these next few hours, and probably do a stream later on. I don't know how this will play out. We'll see. I kind of don't really plan my days nowadays, other than just grind out streams and write music, train. So there's a difference between appearance and reality. Getting stuck in mere appearance is the reason that we suffer. Discovering reality behind superficial appearances is the way out of suffering. In the context of dream yoga, an illusionary form, getting lost in appearance is the very definition of non-lucidity. And waking up to the reality behind mere appearance is what it means to become lucid. I like that. As we have seen, the reason that we're not awake or lucid to what happens at nighttime, to what appears in our dreams, is because we're not awake or lucid to what's happening during the day. In both instances, we're sucked into appearances, taking things at face value. We just go with it, and in doing so, we go non-lucid. When you're tossed around at night by a non-lucid dream, it's because you're taking the appearances in the dream to be real. You're caught up in what you are made of, and what you've made up. The monster feels and seems so real. The anxiety of a missing plane feels so real, of that missing plane. Falling into that dark abyss appears so real. In exactly the same way, when you're being tossed around by the appearances of your day, you're asleep in a non-lucid life. That monster of a boss seems so real. The anxiety of missing that deadline feels so solid. Falling into the dark abyss of loneliness or depression feels and seems so real. So in the practice of dream yoga, an illusionary form, we don't deny appearances, but we do challenge their status. We question authority. From a relative perspective, things do indeed appear to be real. There appear to be objects out there that are solid, that are lasting, that are independent, just like in a non-lucid dream. But upon closer examination, from an absolute point of view, this is an illusion.
Where's this? This is what I need.
Yo, thank you, brother. Hmm. Interesting. Wow. This Willy Wonka hat. Thank you, Dina.
I love this hat too. Yeah, I guess it's Willy Wonka's hat, but shorter and distinctly different.
Different color hue, but it's definitely similar. Yeah. Can I send you a book in the chat? Sure, sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I have quite a few books I'm reading, but I'm always open to keep an open mind. What's your favorite thing to do in the forest?
Probably no, probably cold plunges is number one. Number two is probably qigong. You know, it fluctuates the order, but definitely qigong, cold plunges, breath work, and playing guitar. I think playing guitar is probably the number one thing actually. But definitely playing guitar and playing pan flute, qigong, cold plunges, and breath work. Yeah, and of course meditation. But meditation in the forest is sometimes tricky.
Because there's lots of like bugs. I have a friend who stares intensely. That's an interesting. You realize that's subjective. There's so many variables to that.
You know, contextually, that could mean a million different things. With failing to apply context, it means nothing. But yeah,
What happened to MGK? Whoa, love your channel. Let's be a monstrous channel sometime.
I agree. We're the metrically every metric that's pointing towards like every way of how I've unraveled this channel. It's going places. This is
We're right on track to do full-time YouTuber stuff. It's gonna be great. I'm excited. It almost feels surreal to be perfectly honest.
what happened to MGK. Like Machine Gun Kelly. I mean, I think he's doing fine. I think he's doing all right. Right. I don't know. I haven't seen anything recent, but he's always gonna be on a very intense. Whoa, it's a giant bug. I think MGK is on a wild path. Like, you know, if you're familiar, I'm actually a fan of him. I wouldn't say I'm a fan of all of his music. I'm definitely not a fan of all of his choices. But MGK seems to be a really dope human being. Very flawed. He's made a lot of mistakes, and I think he's going to make a whole lot more. But I don't know. I think MGK is pretty cool.
Yeah. Almond, if it's a girl, she might like you, but not know what to do next. I don't know about that. I don't think so. I have a friend who stares intensely.
Maybe she's getting a little bit fluttered or he or whatever. But no, I think the larger context, like without acknowledging the envy, eye contact thing, because this is a professional channel. these are friend platonic relations. That's the core thing. You know, there's nobody. Yeah, I'm a professional YouTuber, but what I think is relevant is yeah, like a person who's giving you eye contact doesn't offer you anything without the right context. It could mean a million different things. Like it could mean a million different things. That's what I think is people when they're trying to, you know, overthink or examine like social idiosyncrasies or social dynamics.
If you're a true student of social dynamics, you'll learn
That we're all different humans and everything's very, very subjective. Like everything's very subjective. Yeah. Willy Wonka on crack. Wow. Willy Wonka on DMT, sure, but if that's, yeah, metaphorically, I don't know if the crack has any sort of place here, brother.
yeah. I had a girl stare at me for a year. Yeah. Sure.
Cool, man. Yeah. Honestly, bro, it's, if you're living your authentic truth, it's not very hard. Like, if you're an authentic human being, you know, and you're living your authentic truth as a man, especially, it's not very hard to, you know, gain the, what's the word? You know, gain the attraction, gain the attention of woman as a whole. But yeah, I don't know. There's more important things in this world. There's more important things than just you know. But that being said, it's great. It's great. Feminine energy is beautiful. You know, I feel very blessed to consistently have some very healthy, very beautiful relationships. You know, romantic partnerships and just people as a whole. Like, I feel blessed to be surrounded by communities of men and women, but I meet lots of women. Like I meet tons that are really dope through the dance community because I'm a dancer. You know, I dance, and I'm also as I'm a new content creator. I meet really awesome like content creators. I'm also in the film industry. I meet like models and actors, and they're all awesome. A lot of these are professional relationships. Some are like formal, casual, blurring the lines, but humans are just awesome. But there's deeper constructs to social dynamics than just all these little idiosyncrasies of like, oh, I'm attracted to this, or oh, but this person, this thing. You just gotta transcend that shit. You just gotta be authentically to yourself, or authentic to yourself, and then everyone will like you, or they won't. Who cares? Damn, the wind. Wind is knocking stuff. It's subjective and can mean different things. Yeah, well, that's what I think. Yeah, like the simplest right psychology will tell us that kind of thought of like it's very subjective. The wind is going in. Wow. Wicked. Yeah, the wind is kind of going nuts. That's nice. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's a complex. I have a complex world of thought about like the nuances of dating. Like in my experience, it's all about about alignment. If you're confident with your ability to just be in the real world and align yourself with healthy, romantic partners, and yeah, you're a man who knows how to be a man of action and a man of your word. It's almost like all these things you can transcend all these little like, weird little social norms and dynamics that you think are important by literally just being a healthy human being, like being a healthy man, understand what it means to be a man, to have healthy masculine energy. You don't have to. It's almost like if you have a healthy relationship with masculine energy as a man, or if you're a woman, you have a healthy relationship with feminine energy, you will instinctively and intuitively navigate social dynamics in a very clear-headed and confident way. And how you often ascribe to that or achieve that is by basically just, you know, honoring your journey, honoring your authentic self. If you can do that, you don't have to fixate on little, social niceties and idiosyncrasies. No, you're embodying masculine energy if you're a man, or feminine as a woman, effectively, and like that's enough. Yeah, that's beautiful advice. I think I like that. You will figure this out. Self-belief, confidence, that's magical. Damn. Yeah, I think we're riding the 4 hour mark. Oh, hello. Welcome, Amy. Happy to have you here. Timed out. Magic. Timed out. Magic. It's that guy. It's that guy on the screen. uh, let's close that window. Let's do that. I'm going to plug this in and grab some. I'm going to make some hash browns. This is the... Where am I going to put that? Thank you, Lucky. Thank you. I love this style too.
looking for this tripod. It's bound to show up. It's bound. There it is, of course. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Just looking through my notifications that have been popping up. Sure. Let's go with that. Now I'm definitely trying. Now I'm definitely entering this hypnosis. This is where I'm hypnotizing. Magic. Wicked. Yeah, I feel like probably the next like little bit, I'm definitely gonna find myself go to the forests, do myself some qigong, and just relax. Yeah. Nice. 1.47K. $30 subscribers away from 1.5K. That's beautiful. Good afternoon. Welcome, repeats. Let's see, what's that? Just checking out some metrics. Wicked. Yeah, today I've literally just been grinding out these watch hours. I definitely, though, I find in the next like 10 minutes or so, I'm probably just gonna exit the stream. As much as though I love how people are popping in at this prime hour, it's time. It's time to exit. Exit and then re-enter at some given time. Magical. I'm gonna grab something. Yeah, it's funny. I notice sometimes I find myself have dreams where it's like I'm appearing very vividly inside of a stream. Like I'm inside of a dream, and I'm inside of some sort of dream that's in a stream. And I feel like if I were to familiarize myself with the triggers, almost like the dream triggers of being inside of a stream in the real world, whatever that is, I don't even know. Like do reality checks or see some sort of way to differentiate what is a stream in the real world versus a stream inside of the dream world. I could somehow use as a trigger to awaken a lucid dream. So it was happening for a while, for a number of weeks. It was like I would just have dreams where I was like, damn, I would just phase in and out of streams inside of the dream world. It was trippy as ever. Yeah. The amazing trigger though. Reifying appearances and then believing in them condenses, diminishes, and shrink wraps the cosmos. The result is a small mind, along with the suffering that arises from that contraction. An awakened one, in contrast, has a big mind that sees the vast interconnectedness, the deep ecology within and around all things. When the awakened one sees a tree, they don't just see the mere appearance of the tree. They see the reality of the sun in that tree, the air, the water, and all of the elements that constitute a tree, and continue to bring it into existence. The awakened ones have fantastic insight into things. And with this insight, they can see every atom in the tree was once a distant star that has danced through the innumerable incarnations as countless other things, only to take up a temporary residence in this thing that we freeze frame as a tree. And then he goes to speak about Thin Nhat Hanh's book, which I've read and really loved, actually. Wow, this is a profound paragraph. I gotta remember this one. The interconnection is what Thin Nhat Hanh called interbeing, describing the fullness of emptiness. In other words, emptiness means being empty of inherent and independent existence, but that means being full of everything else. Empty of self means full of other, the deepest form of ecology. As naturalist John Muir says, when we try to pick out anything by itself, we find it is hitched to everything else in the universe. In this light, emptiness is not a nihilistic view, but a celebratory one. When an awakened one sees a tree, they see the entire cosmos. By seeing no thing, they see everything. Wow. Oh yeah, and then it goes into this beautiful poem. I gotta remember that, page 134. I definitely did not go for more cacao, but I'm sure at some point, if I'm gonna go to a show later today, that feels like the move. No, this is exactly how I am, brother. Your your fraudulentness is a reflection of your own, brother. This is literally the same way I always am, brother. Bang bang. Lost comment rights forever. But genuinely, bro, like I find that very amusing. I literally am the exact same way I always am on these streams. Like the way I play music, the way I speak, the things I do, identical to the way I am. Camera, no camera, it's literally no difference to me. But keep living in your own fraudulent delusions. That's hope you find the way. Yeah, no, I love that book though. I love this particular chapter. I mean, that was mind blowing because I've read a lot of Thin Nhat. Not, he's like a Buddhist monk, cool guy, and John Muir even like that's this particular segment that I just kind of touched on. I really enjoy like each of these independent speakers. Yeah, if you're a poet, you will see clearly that there is a cloud floating in the sheet of paper. Without a cloud, there will be no water. Without water, trees cannot grow. And without trees, you cannot make paper. So the cloud is in here. The existence of this page is dependent on the existence of a cloud. Paper and cloud are so close. This is a mindfuck. Let us think about other things, like sunshine. Sunshine is very important because the forest cannot grow without sunshine. And we as humans cannot grow without sunshine. So the logger needs sunshine in order to cut the tree. The tree needs sunshine in order to be a tree. Yeah, the interbeing interdependence. I remember this book. This was a great segment. Yeah. Hello. Welcome, Lily. Yeah. He's of the light and spreading the illumination. I knew as soon as I saw him. Thank you, friend. He's, yeah, the 1%, the 1% of the 1% or whatever. Sometimes it's the 1.5%. They'll do what they gotta do. They'll do what they gotta do to survive. Like I remember something like authenticity doesn't really need to, it doesn't care about appearances. It's not trying to make up an appearance. It's not trying to confirm a bias. Inauthenticity, on the other hand, is a very scarce space. It's like, it's intrusive, where it's like, oh, you gotta see my belief, or else, their belief shatters. When their belief shatters, when inauthenticity has its belief challenged, it's a painful, illusion to shatter. So obviously people that are inauthentic, they want to reinforce with a scarce nature. They're just like, oh no, you can't break my illusion, fuck you. It's like, no, it's like, dude, come on. Yeah. Beautiful segment though, I have to say. Yeah. For any of these, I think I've already addressed this book a few times, but Dreams of Light, The Profound Daytime Practice of Lucid Dreaming, Andrew Holisek. It's a great one. It's a great book. Yeah. Beautiful. Blessed. All right, well, I think we are officially, I mean, I know Amy just came at a later time and people popping in, but we're hitting the 4.5 hour mark. I had a point where I was just like kind of vibing, playing pan flute, reading some beautiful books here, but yeah, we're gonna put a close to the stream now. Eat some potatoes, do a cold plunge. C'est la vie. Life continues going in the direction it goes. It's wonderful. Yeah. Amazing. But yeah, for those of you that are new here, welcome to this channel. If this resonates with you, feel free to subscribe to this channel, yeah. On the road to 4K views. Everyone seems to get here at the end for some reason. It must be, it's 450. It's 450. I mean, we've had actually a pretty solid flow of people, but I think this is everyone's downtime. It's the same reason when I stream at like 7, 8, 9 o'clock, everyone's just like flowing through because everyone's just kicking it, which I get. I don't know. I stream any time of the day, kind of. It's just like whenever I feel this. Yeah. They want to share their bad feelings, the naughty ones, so they're rude. Yeah. Yeah, that's you're 100%, you're dead on the money, bro. Like to Billy Elliot, they're like children. They're like kindergarten children. Like people that are like, projecting on shows. These actually may be, like children, like 11, 12, 13-year-olds that are, using their parents' iPad, popping on, saying some outlandish stuff, and they're just like, hee hee ha ha, let's say some negative stuff. But yeah, it's like I notice people on streams, it's like facilitating children, like kindergarten. It's like you're a kindergarten teacher. Like, all right, you get a timeout. Oh, no apple juice for you because you've been a dickhead. It's like you're facilitating children, and it parallels a lot. Where trolls are definitely like almost synonymous with like just yeah. Whoa, damn. I don't know what this guy's saying. He's very passionate though. A lot of A's and H's. At least that's how I interpret it. Glad to know. Glad to be here. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Lasser. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah. Magic. Beautiful. Well, outro time. Thank you so much for chiming in. Yeah. Feel free to subscribe to this channel. Stuff resonates. I teach guitar and do meditative sound journeys. And, yeah, very robotic, but here we go. Are you going to stream from the forest? Possibly later. I think what I'm probably gonna do is we'll see. I'm probably gonna do some human stuff, and then before the sun drops in the next couple hours, it's possible, but we'll see. I might just do a large long stream or live stream in the forest tomorrow, when the weather is assuming the weather is nice tomorrow. Let's see actually. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a beautiful day, so that might be the move. Yeah, fuck yeah, bro, amazing. Magic. Yeah, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Chuck. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. He was a legend. Like, genuinely. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger. You go to bed. Yeah, I mean, infants are hilarious. Like, young children are hilarious. They're just such pure, incredible beings. But, yeah, underdeveloped psychology. And you fuse that world with technology. I don't know. I'm sure it's, some people live as full-grown adults and they have underdeveloped psychology, and it's an experience, and we all, I think, to some degree, we're figuring that out. But anyways, thank you so much for chiming in. Love you guys. Remember to honor yourself and honor each other in this reality. Yeah, much love. Bless. Ashe. Ashe, friends.